Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, or good morning for me because I'm in New Zealand. It's Design Day. Today is the day that we look at the Cleric and continue our journey to try to do something with it that makes sense. And that's what my goal is today. We've already done some of the work. I'll present all the work that we've done before in the live stream. I'm going to put up a poll, so feel free to take part in that poll if you want to. I'm going to say right now, when it comes to when it comes to the Cleric, it's a contentious little subject for me because it's hard to say whether the cleric is that broken. I would say it's not a broken class. It's just missing things. And so yeah, I'm gonna put up a poll, grab some food, some drink. I'm gonna be here for a long time. I'll be taking a break every hour, and we'll see. And maybe there's something you'll like from what I present today. In any case, I think we are ready to go. Let's hoe on into this, shall we? And see what we can actually come up with for today. I've got a few ideas. Hi, welcome to How to RPG. My name is Fred Weller, and this is where I like to talk about role-playing games. But today is a special day. This is one of those design workshops where I take a class from Dungeons and Dragons, specifically Dungeons and Dragons 5e, because I want it to be 5e compatible for those of you who are playing 5e, and for those of you who are not playing 5e, I want it to be able to present some ideas and concepts that you can port over into whatever role-playing game you're playing, but also into whatever version of D&D you're playing. Okay, my intention is to try to make this compatible with 5e, but also work within the game system that I've developed, which is basically a retro clone of D&D called Mazes and Monsters, and it's free on Patreon. You can download it for free. So we're going to go over upgrading the cleric so it's doing what it really needs to do, because I don't feel like the cleric necessarily does everything that it needs to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to present all of my goal objectives. What are my objectives in terms of design? Because it's important to keep focused on those sorts of things. Otherwise, it's very easy to get lost in the weeds. And also go over the things that I've already done, like the things that I've already covered, the things that I've already figured out, or at least partially figured out. And so that's what we're going to do today. And I've got my chat up, so you feel free to comment, and I will go through this fairly quickly so that you can see what we have. All right, so this is it. This is my working document. This is where I've been doing most of the work for these character remasterings, and I have some project goals. My first goal: design a class that I like in my home group. My home group, the people that I play with all the time, they need to like what we're doing. And so that's why I've taken their feedback as being very, very important. Ensure the class has a wide spread of features that covers all the pillars of play: exploration, social interaction, combat, world building. I know that confuses people when I say world building, but seriously, when you get at higher levels of play, your character's world building. I've explained this before. If you need me to explain it again, I can. And then I have the mystery thing, which I still don't remember what it is. I know there is something, but I can't remember what it is. Spread out those features across the levels so that we don't have you're not getting everything in the front loaded. I don't want everything at the back end either, and I don't want everything in the middle. I want it spread out in a nice way. I want to make level 10 features and above. I don't want them to suck. They need to be good, okay? They need to be enticing enough that you don't want to multi-class, because you would lose them or lose access to them if you play beyond level 10. There's no point having those features there otherwise whatsoever. I'm definitely, like, level features need to have some story element or story quest requirements. So I've done a lot of this. There are requirements. You have to do stuff to get your higher level features. And there's a lot more fluff behind what I'm trying to do as well. So I'm trying to build in a lot more fluffy stuff rather than just crunchy mechanics for battle. Ignoring Wizards of the Coast. So Wizards of the Coast has never really produced anything that I liked, and neither does my group particularly like that much, or Paizo, or Kobold Press, or etc. So I'm kind of going off on a... I'm in the weeds. I'm in new territory, into the unknown. Okay? Eliminate the desire to multi-class from from class. I don't want people to be, the only way to make this class viable is to multi-class. My only viable option and the best viable option for me is to multi-class, no matter what class it is and how good they are. So multi-classing should not be something that is like, if I want to have variation and I want to be good at doing something, multi-classing is the only way to go. I don't want that to be the go-to. Removing class features that use bonus actions. It's very hard to do, but where I can, I want to get rid of the bonus action and I want to get rid of the short rest. I'm not looking to use proficiency bonuses as a resource. I know Wizards of the Coast is doing that, but I'm not looking to do that either. So you'll see a lot of the things that I build are things that don't run out. You can just keep using them. That's quite deliberate on my part. Ensure the Game Master has the necessary tools. I have to make sure that the Game Master and Dungeon Master has the necessary tools to be able to adjudicate some of the higher level features where there's a bit more complexity going on. If I don't give them enough tools, they won't want to run those sorts of characters at high levels. And this is one of the biggest problems. At high level, you kind of don't want to deal with that sort of stuff. So it's been eliminated from the game. Wizards of the Coast has taken away castles and followers and a lot of the other things we used to have. And so to bring those sorts of things back in, I have to make sure I give the Game Master enough guidance so they can make an educated decision about how it's going to work. Okay, remove subclasses and using a different system in its place. So I'm not a fan of subclasses. I feel it's a cheap and lazy method of giving you variation, where it is better to get a complete class that has been built from the ground up, where there aren't any strange interactions that might take place. And subclasses are a thing because they're cheap and easy and quick for Wizards of the Coast and frankly Paizo to spit out. And so I'm not a fan of them. I would much prefer to have a complete class built from the ground up. Now, what do we got here? This is the Cleric remastered class feature list. I have not put everything in here. You'll notice that there's a couple of things that you may have not seen before. We have Clergy Discipline, which is a secret society. We have here Clergy Discipline, and this is now Clergy Discipline is kind of like your subclass or your archetype now. That's what I'm calling it. And we have Cleric followers. So I'm giving the Cleric followers, and they're getting them at level 6, but they get an apprentice at level 6. They get their real followers, the ones that are a bit more useful, they get them at level 10. Okay? I'm trying to integrate Advanced Dungeons and Dragons and 5e in many respects. Next we have the Clergy Discipline, where you get a monastery or a stronghold rights. So this is where you could potentially get a castle, or you get a monastery or a chapel or a church or a cathedral or something like that. This is where my head was going with this. I haven't figured out how to solve a problem with divine intervention. I think that divine intervention is a bit of a mess. We have Clergy Discipline, and this is Monastery Traveller. This is where you get to travel the world. So I'm giving them something that allows them to do that. Then we're also giving them Planar Pathfinder. This is the ability to travel from one plane to another as a cleric, okay? These features, the Clergy Discipline that you wind up seeing next is, this is Divine Gift. This is where your god at level 18 would be giving you something, or you would have to go and do a quest to get something. It's quite appropriate to be getting a legendary magic item at level 18. By then you might already have one. But if you haven't got one by level 18, this is a marker to sort of indicate to me and to Game Masters this is probably a good time to make that happen. And then lastly, we have Avatar of the God. Okay? Now, not Avatar of the Gods, but Avatar of the God. This is because you should be an avatar for your god by now. And clerics should have gods that they, gods and goddesses, they should have them there. Okay. I had no problems with the hit points arrangement. I thought that was all fine. We actually looked at all the proficiencies, and I had no problems with the proficiencies, so I haven't touched any of that either. Equipment, I went through the equipment, and actually I've built a cleric pack for the cleric. It's not just a generic pack that you can buy from the, out of the player's handbook. It's specifically built for them. based on what I think their needs are. Now, spell casting, I'm going to come back to that. Spell casting is a big, huge, giant pain in the ass as far as I'm concerned for 5e, but I'm going to go into that a bit more. That's why it's in yellow. We'll move past Divine Domains for now. And Channel Divinity, we'll talk more about Channel Divinity because I have a few ideas around that. And then we have our Clergy Discipline. As I said, Clergy Discipline you get at level 3, level 6, level 10, level 14, and also at level 18. So you get 5. There are 5 increments. This is to replace the archetype or the subclass features that used to exist. Okay? And I'm making it very much tied into what I think the Cleric should be able to do for high-level play and for low-level play. So we have Secret Society. Okay, that's at 3rd level, which is basically, you're part of a religious secret society, and there's a number of benefits that you get at level 3 and a number of benefits you get at level 8. Okay, the level 8 ones are obviously stronger than the ones at level 3. And then I'm not changing the ability score improvement. They're going to remain at level 4, level 8, 12, 16, and 19. Destroy Undead, we'll come back to that. The Cleric Followers, as I said, at level 6 you get an apprentice with sort of just minor benefits. It's at level 10 where you get a lot more followers, and these followers actually can do stuff, right? They have a purpose. They're not designed to do combat. They're designed to do something else completely different. And it's actually stated here what they are supposed to be used for. We have our monastery and stronghold rights. So this is where you get either a fortified tower, a temple, or you can build one, a monastery, a small castle. So I've given them those options. I haven't given them the option for a large castle. I'm leaving that for the fighter. But they do get some stuff that will be suitable for a cleric. And yes, it will make them some cash. It is a source of revenue. Divine Intervention we'll come back to. Missionary Traveller. So for Missionary Traveller, I've given the cleric the access to a sailing ship, a galley, a submarine, or a wagon, and it's going to be signed off by your game master. But they're going to get one of those things. Okay, it's going to be one of those sorts of things. Next, and this is the reason for this is because they're spreading their faith, and we're getting them a vehicle that allows them to travel the world and put forward their views, spread their faith. Planar Pathfinder. This is where we have a sort of a stripped down and very specific way of them traveling from one plane of existence to another plane of existence, and they can take a certain number of individuals with them who can pass through that portal. It is simply a way of, and it's designed for level 16. It's a way of them traveling the multiverse, okay? Because one of the biggest factors at high level play is you need to have a good way of traveling the multiverse, and you need to be able to travel back and forth fairly quickly. And of course you get things like gate and plane shift, but these things, plane shift and gate, these things are quite powerful in this spell. So I don't want to tread on the toes too much of them. So the ability to do this takes a bit of time. You have to spend a bit more time to actually make these work. They're not like casting a spell. They're like casting a ritual, really. Okay, and you're using your holy symbol to do this. Divine Gift is level 18, a legendary magic item, and this could be, well, whatever you get. If you get a weapon, the weapon damage is going to be doing radiant damage, and you will also get protection from good and evil by wielding, wearing, or holding this item. So there are a couple of things. One is sort of combat related, one is not combat related, and so depending on the type of legendary magic item they have, it might not be a weapon. Okay, so we've got that there. And then next we have Avatar of the Gods, and Avatar of the Gods is you get an epic boon, and the epic boons I'm going to remaster because I don't think the epic boons for 5e are very good. I think they need a lot of work. Okay, but your character at level 20 as an Avatar of the Gods can speak to their deity once per day for advice. Okay, that's not grant them a wish or anything like that. That is to speak to their god or deity, because they are now an avatar of their god. So they should have a good line of communication with their god. I know that seems like a small thing, but it's actually quite a big thing. It's always something that I find that people who play clerics want, so I wanted to make that there. Okay? So the expectation is that they are able to talk to their deity, okay? And they should have one. Oh God, or deity, because they, not if they, because they should have one. Have one, okay. They also mentor, so the sort of information that it might reveal is information on different planes of existence, the multiverse, the practices of celestial creatures, demons, and devils. This is the realm. This is the area of expertise for a cleric. So we want them to be able to get that kind of information. And a cleric can also request a miracle from their god at a time of great need. It is at the game master's discretion, and while the miracle is wholly or partially granted, so it doesn't need to be wholly the whole thing. You might request something, but you're not going to get everything. This feature can only be used once. That's it. You only get one use. Doesn't renew after 7 days, doesn't renew after 2 days or 1 day after a short rest. There's none of that. The only way to get another miracle from your god is unless the cleric gains another level in their class beyond level 20. So if you're deciding to go beyond level 20, then you would get another one, okay? You have to gain another level to be able to get another miracle. It's a big deal, and it should be a big deal. Anyway, so divine intervention. I don't want to deal with divine intervention just yet, but here's my first protocol. Everything that's in yellow, we need to sort out. These are the things that I'm dealing with today, okay? And there are a few things I'm supposed to add here too. And do I have my notes down the bottom here? I think there was a couple of things that my group had said that I need to have in a cleric. Here we go. So we don't want a heal bot. So we don't want them just being a heal bot. Better healing abilities. I don't really have anything there for better healing abilities, but I don't want it to be a heal bot. Clerics tend to be that. I want to return to the class titles of the cleric. Now, I don't know how much I've done with this. I've only partially done this, I think. Include more martial weapons. And I did. I expanded the number of weapons you could use because, the weapon list was either simple weapons, and in the past it's just been bludgeoning weapons and nothing that does slashing or piercing. So I've selected weapons that I thought were more appropriate, that sort of expand it out for the cleric. Removing spell slots, prepared spells for a spell hazard table or losing spell. So I like this idea. I can't stand spell slots, prepared spells, and known spells. And I absolutely can't stand Vanseen magic. It drives me nuts. And so I'm definitely going to bulldoze that little sucker today and replace it with something else. Some weapons and signature weapons for the clerics of deities that they get access to. Right. So this I haven't really been able to build on, and I haven't figured out how to do so at this present time. Okay, so you know where my head is at. So there's a few things to be done here along the way that we need to make work. And so we'll start with the magic side of things because that seems to be where I'm currently sitting. I'm going to take a break every hour on the hour. But for the next 40 minutes, let's get some work done. Okay. So, spellcasting. As a conduit for divine power, you can cast cleric spells. See spell rules for the general rules of spellcasting and the spell lists for the cleric spell list. Okay. I think that's all fine. I think one of the things I've always been frustrated by is the fact that the cleric spell list is quite small. If you look at how it's structured, it's very, very small. It's not that great. And I'm sure that something could be done to improve it. And so I'm thinking that that might be something I have to do somewhere along the line, as I'll need to adjust this spell list. Next, cantrips. Oh my gosh, do I get frustrated when it comes to cantrips? Do you know there is nothing worse than playing a cleric in 5e and everybody else, like you're a full spellcaster, right, as a cleric, full spellcaster, and yet everybody else gets like so many cantrips when they start out at level 1. You, as a as a spellcaster, full spellcaster, as a cleric, you start with 3 at level 1. I can't stand that. I'm getting rid of the hat. It's not going to help me. So I feel like the progression needs to change a little bit with regard to how many spells you get. And I had sort of discussed last time that I'm probably going to have to build a new sort of table for this, dependent on how I sort of build this out. But let's go down here and have a look at what we can do. So currently, if we look at the player's handbook, and if I'm dealing with no other book other than that, how many cantrips are actually accessible to a cleric? How many could they potentially learn? This is how ridiculous this is. Guidance, light, mending, resistance, sacred flame, spare the dying, which is not a very good spell, and thaumaturgy. That's it. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So they get access to 7. So if you're level 20 cleric, you can get 5 currently, which is kind of ridiculous. I don't know why we've insisted that that's the progression that it needs to be. So 7 is the top number of cantrips we could possibly get, and unfortunately we don't get 7 even if we're level 20, and I actually, that annoys me a lot. So what I'm going to suggest is at level 20, well, at level, when we first get our maximum number of cantrips for our cleric, it's at level 10, so we get 5, and that's the most we'll ever get. So I think at level 10 we should get 7, which means that at level, when we get 4, we're level 4, we get 4 cantrips, so that we should be getting 6, which means that at level 1 we should probably be getting 5. I think that's much more in line with where we need to be. And frankly, I'd be inclined to push it a bit more, but would have to expand the cleric list to do that. So this is the first thing I'm going to change here, is that is got to go. 3 becomes 5. 2 more cantrips. I like cantrips. I like cantrips that are utility. They make sense that spellcasters have them. They allow them to do things. They're just little things, but they're still good things. Okay. You learn additional cleric cantrips of your choice at higher levels as shown on the cantrips known column of the cleric table. Okay, so this means we will have to make a table. And just make sure that I get that right. So this, and this, and then spellcasting goes to there. Okay, so I think we're going to make that I'll make that a 16 in terms of size. 16. That's the first thing we're going to do. All right, next, cantrips. We'll make that bold. And I think I was using the same size and underlining. Yeah, I was. Try to keep my formatting the same. It's been a couple of weeks, so I kind of forgotten stuff. Okay. Cool. Everybody is very quiet today. So that's the first thing we do. We're starting with 5. Prepared and casting spells. So 1, I'm getting rid of prepared spells. I don't want prepared spells anymore. I've had enough. I don't know about you. Does it drive you nuts? I don't know. But having 3 different categories of number of spell slots you have, known spells, prepared spells, and you've got to differentiate each one of those works differently. Like there's a different way that it operates. So all I want is known spells, no prepared spells. No more Vancing magic. So Let's make that work. Casting spells. Let's go right there. Okay. And casting spells. The cleric table shows how many spell slots you have to cast your cleric spells of first level and higher. No. The cleric table shows how many spells you know. That's it. You know. How many spells you know. That table is just about how many spells you know, and you select your spells based on the number that you're given for it. That's all I want that table to represent. Nothing else. To cast one of these spells, you must expend a spell slot. Forget that. We're getting rid of the spell slot thing. To cast one of these spells, you must expend a spell slot of the spell's level or higher. You gain all expended spell slots when you finish a long rest. This goes. I'm not putting a limit on the number of times that you are able to use a spell, but I want to have this to be spell failure. So we're going to have some spell failure in here. Okay. Now you might be thinking, well, that's just too powerful. The problem is it's not that powerful when you think about higher level spells. Higher level spells are going to be much more difficult to actually pull off, because what we're going to do is we're going to use a spell check. I think a spell check is probably the smartest way to approach this. And so this is what I'm going to suggest is a spell check instead. Okay, so we're going to go here. Get rid of this. Go bold underline. Okay. And I'm thinking maybe right now is probably a good time. I should probably build that table right now, shouldn't I? We have how many columns? Spells 9. Level 1, 2, 3. There's 9, 10, 11. So I need to have 11 columns to make a table for our spells. And that's probably going to be needed just around here. I would say that's about right. Okay, so let's do something like that. Let's build that out now. I want to insert. So insert a table and columns. I need 11. We need 11. And then we need to have, so we're going here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cantrips, and then the level of the character. That's fine. That's good. And then down 20 levels plus the title at the top. So we need 21 down. So 11 and 21. Okay, 11 and 21. Okay, so this is going to look a little bit like that. We need to add in another row. We did. I'm going to go level. No. Try again. No. It didn't work. Let's try that again over here. Will this work? Okay, there we go. Copy. And all right. Did I make a mistake here? Maybe not. I don't think so. Okay. Oh, I know what it is. I wanted to have a thing at the top. How's it going, Eddie? Make the gods mean something again. Yes, the gods need to be important for a cleric. Absolutely. How's it going, Pale Rider? Hello, hello. You may begin. I have arrived. I have already begun. Okay. I did not wait. Sorry. Okay, so let's push this onto a new table, onto a new page, and then I can get that working. Okay. Now, cantrips known. Actually, we don't even have to write. It's just cantrips. That's all we need to put down is cantrips. Because this table is all about how many things you know. That's it. cantrips. Okay, and we'll bold. Like so. I thought it was interesting when you gave different preferred weapons to clerics depending on the alignment of gods. Maybe second edition. I'm not saying I'm not going to do it. I just haven't figured out the best way to do it. The reason being is, and you'll excuse me if it seems a little silly, but my biggest problem is like what deities are going to be used. I'm not assuming that you're going to use Wizards of the Coast deities. That's the biggest problem I see with this. So that's why I haven't done anything with that. So first level, and actually probably need to go right across here and just centralize all of that so it's not to the left. And is that to the center? And center. Okay. So first, bold. Second, all right. The good old days. The ability to give us spell slots to get bonuses on turning. So, okay. So let me give you an idea. I will finish this table and put it in line so we can sort of see how spell casting is going to look. But maybe I should make it clear what I'm thinking in terms of divine channeling, divine channeling. Like that one feature drives me nuts because it's so limiting for a feature which is so situational. So here's my thoughts, and this is why it's in the question in the poll for today. And then I'll come back to the spell casting and work on that, okay? I'm looking at, for spell casting, I don't want you to have a limit to the number of times you can cast a spell. I want spell failure. I want the chance that you will lose the spell because you screwed it up. For those of you who've played Shadow Dark, I like that kind of system, but I'm doing something a little bit different. It's not exactly the same. It's just a little bit different. And so you'll get a better idea of how that works in a second once I go over it. But when it comes to divine, our channeling divinity, which is basically made up of turn undead and destroy dead, really those are kind of our channeling abilities, right? I want to get rid of the idea of channel divinity, and I just want to have the turn undead feature. Okay, I don't want to limit the number of times you can use turn undead. It didn't really exist in older versions of the game. Why do we need to restrict that at all? Yet, much more like Shadow Dark and Easy D6. Exactly, Eddie. So that means that my thoughts are, let's ditch you can use it once or twice a day or based off your proficiency bonus. There would be a failure table. Yes, there would be a failure table for spellcasting. That's exactly right. So here's what my thoughts are. Let's not restrict turn undead, because it is situational. Unless you're playing in a campaign where everything is undead, it's not going to come up that often. But it's very much something that a cleric would be able to do. So I don't like the idea of giving somebody something that it makes sense that they should be able to do quite often. And I just don't see any reason to restrict it. So I don't want to restrict that. I don't believe it's overpowered, because I've never seen anybody use turn undead more times than they had it as their, more than 2 or 3 times anyway in a game day. Like, nobody's ever used it more than that in the games that I've played in. Even when I've had lots of undead involved, they've never used it that much. And it has never been a guarantee that it would work. Because turn undead doesn't work against the likes of, high-powered undead. It just doesn't come off. It just doesn't work. So I don't want to restrict that. That's why I've put that question in the poll, okay? But I like the idea of spell casting And this is where this table is that I'm working on, which is just a list of known spells, not prepared spells. Get rid of that. You can cast as many times as you like. My criteria for failure is this. If you cast a spell as a cleric with an attack roll and you fail to hit, you cannot use that spell again. You have to wait until the next day. Okay? I wasn't aware that the newer versions restricted the time you could turn the undead. I really only went up to 2nd edition. Most familiar to back me. So Pale Rider, you will be able to confirm or deny whether I get this right. But my understanding is there was no restriction on turn undead in back me D&D. And for good reason, because it is situational, right? But if you want to use your channel divinity, you have a certain number. So at 2nd level, you gain the ability to channel divine energy directly from your deity, using the energy to fuel your magic. Starting with 2 such effects, you get turn undead, okay? And then you also get you get to choose one, which I feel is just making things really weird. It kind of turns the cleric into like a hodgepodge of something. So we're going to make channel divinity really good, but we're not necessarily going to give you an open platter or banquet to select from. So you get to use it once, and then beginning at 6th level, you can use your channel divinity twice before rests. So you'd have to take a short rest or a long rest to get it back. Hi, how's it going, American? Thanks for the great videos. You're welcome. You're very, very welcome. I'm glad that you're enjoying them. So I want to stop restricting turn undead in that feature, and I want to ditch the idea of channel divinity because I think it should be something else. And my players have said, look, the cleric doesn't do as well at healing as the likes of a paladin. Really, you can get somebody up off the ground more with a paladin in 5e than you can a cleric. And I'm like, why is that happening? That shouldn't be happening. And yet it does. So we're going to fix that. Okay. Pray to your god or goddess to give him forgiveness if you failed spell on a temple. So that means that anytime you cast an attack spell that uses an attack roll with a cleric, this is what my thoughts are. If you fail to hit, you cannot use that spell until the next day. You lose the use of it for the day. It's like you failed to do it. There's something going on. There's something interfering. Okay? So that means major attack spells would be a pain to lose those, for sure. But you're only losing it for a day, so you have to look at the other repertoire of spells that you have. Okay? Major spells or like a major fight. Yes. So here's the other thing. If you do a saving throw, and you fail to have the effect go into place with a spell that requires a saving throw would also mean you cannot use that spell again for this day. So you'd have to look at a different option. Does that make sense? Now, for anything that does something that doesn't require an attack roll or it doesn't require a saving throw, you would have a spell check. And the spell check would be simple. It would be 10 plus the spell level. That's the DC for the check. And you would roll your 20-sided dice and add your spell casting ability modifier. So for a cleric, that's wisdom. So whatever your wisdom modifier is, you add that to a 20-sided dice roll for your check, and that will cover those types of spells. If you cast a cantrip, you can never lose a cantrip. There is no failure on using a cantrip. That's why they're a cantrip. You can always depend on them. It's the other spells that are going to be a bit more risky. Now, what I need to do, though, if I do something like this, is I need to give the cleric more known spells. They need to know more known spells to get past the fact they're probably going to lose a few during their adventuring day. It does force you to adapt. But it also, here, I just want to widen things out, and you don't have to track spell slots anymore. What you do need to track is mark down, oh, I can't use this spell for the rest of this day because I failed it. I failed with this spell. Okay, so spell failure is important now. Okay, so let's go back to that table and start building it out, because right now that's not what we've done. I need to finish it, and I can talk as I go. That's the whole point, right? Talk as you go, Fred, talk as you go. So I'm hoping that makes a lot more sense to people who are wondering what the heck I'm up to. Okay, all right, take my glasses off, and we should be ready to, yep, there we go. Right, let's get this all in. Second, and bold it. Third, and that's not third. Let's try third. Yeah, it does. It absolutely requires you to adapt in a good way rather than a bad way. This is what I really like about the idea. One of the things I realized is that spell checks really make a big difference in terms of making the game easier to play if you're a spellcaster. No restriction on turning on how many times you can do it, and the Avenger Knight could enthrall the undead instead of turning them. Okay, in your game, chaotic. Okay, all right, cool, good to know. Thank you. Okay, could build a mechanic that tracks your favor from a god, and it could affect a spell effect. Possibly. I'm not looking to make the game more complicated. I'm just trying to make the game play better and actually be easier. I find that Wizards of the Coast adds a lot of additional complexity to their game because that's how you sell a game. If you make a game too simple, nobody needs to buy the books because it's so simple to play. Does anybody go, you think about if you're going to play tic-tac-toe or noughts and crosses, does anybody go and buy the rule book for tic-tac-toe? No, because the rule system is so simple you don't need it. And so I'm not suggesting that I'm about to do that here, okay? But the more complexity you put in a game, the more you need to buy the rule book to be able to have all the rules so you know what you're doing. Rule complexity is a barrier to entry. It's always, not just monetarily, but also understanding. I'm not a fan of it myself. I understand people have to make money, but it's not where my head is at. So, okay, so here we go. Level first, and I'm going to apologize now. There's not a lot of like super creative stuff going on here. I'm punching and stuff into a table, but I think I need to do this first, since spellcasting is a major aspect of what we're dealing with. And fourth, and we also need to figure out, like, if we're getting 5 cantrips here, let's just do this. Let's go down to there, center that. And then if I grab this and go right across and then down, and then center all of this. So to give you an idea, this is where my head is at with this, is I want more cantrips and more spells accessible for them. 4. So that'll be 6 now. So at level 4, you're going to get 6. So you're going to be using your cantrips a lot more, but you might be losing your high level spells a lot more. It also means that casting high level spells like a 9th level spell or 8th level spell or 7th level spell, it's going to be quite difficult to pull it off and be successful based on what I'm proposing. So, and that's quite deliberate on my part as it happens. Bold, 6th, and let's just do this quick here. If I could go faster, I would, people. Bold, 7th, 8th. But we've got to figure out how many is the right number of spells. What's a good number? And this is a first draft, so I highly expect. I expect that we're going to wind up changing this at some point. I know my group will play test it to its buried to figure out what's going on. And bold. Oh, the Sad Yummy. Hello, Sad Yummy. How are you doing? Hey, been watching your Curse of Strahd because I'm running it. It's been a big help as a new DM for a friend group. Now I've been watching all of your videos. Oh my God, really? There's rather a lot. Thanks for your help. You're welcome. How are you doing with your Curse of Strahd game anyway? Like, are you hitting any problems along the way, or have you been able to deal with most of your issues? Because I haven't. I probably won't be making any more Curse of Strahd videos anytime soon. Just because I kind of got sick and tired of talking about Wizards of the Coast stuff, but I do understand that it's very popular. But yeah, I'm curious, did you find there were any hassles along the way as you were, that you haven't found in a video or on the internet that you need help with? I'm happy to talk about it now while I'm doing this. That's fine. 17th. Whoopsies. Let's try that again. 17th. And just keep going. 17th, 18th. So yes, my belief is if I eliminate spell slots and prepared spells, the game just gets significantly easier to understand how to play. And yeah, I'm so looking forward to the opportunity to do that. I've been wanting to do it for so long. It would be nice, be a nice addition to mechanical items. They could add to your spell success or turning abilities, maybe. Yeah, there might be magic items that do that. And I know that in Shadow Dark they have the ability to push your spell casting bonus up. Now, so how many were there? It's supposed to be 7 at the top, isn't there? We're changing it to 7, not 5 anymore. And we go all the way to level 10. Level 10, going to get 7, and then at level 9, it's going to be 6. 6 cantrips. Okay, all right. Not yet. They aren't too far in. Just got it to the village after 3 sessions of the Death House. Oh my gosh! I imagine Death House was just a giant pain. The Death House, the last little bit, I wouldn't say that all of it, but I'd say the escape from the Death House is such a giant pain. If you run it as written, it's literally impossible to get out. Like, you can't get out, you're gonna all die. It's like, oh. Now, I have no problem with character death, but if you set it up so that there's no way of really escaping, which is kind of what happens when you're dealing with that, it's like, okay, all right, just tone that down just a little bit. Thank you very much. Okay, so then we go 4, 4, 4, which, God, that drives me nuts. It drives me nuts. Why is it at level 3 we can no longer get any more than 4 first level spells? I'm not a fan of this. I'm typing it in, but I'm probably going to change it. I'll tell that to you now. It's just ridiculous. When I first played D&D, we were all kids and didn't really understand. We thought you could pick any of the spells available. Yeah, I believe it. Look, I never really understood Dungeons and Dragons full stop when I first started playing at all. Yeah, I was lost completely. Okay, so at 3rd level, we now get 2 second level spells, and then it goes what's the progression? 3, and then that's it. We just get 3. There's no more after that. Really? Not a huge fan of that either. I suppose it means, oh, you can't cast too many spells, but these are spell slots, and this is just known spells. This list is now refers to known spells, not spell slots. Okay, this isn't spell slots anymore. Okay, so third level spell is available at level 5. I'm fine with that. That's fine. We can keep that there. And it's 2, and then it goes to 3, and it stops again. It does, yeah. Okay, 3. I want them to be able to have more than just 3 third level spells. Okay, so I'm gonna pose a question to you. So think about it this way. At say level 20, how many first level spells, first levels, come on Fred, spells should a cleric be able to know? I'm going to ask you that question. I want you to have a think about that. If you were redesigning it, because that's what I'm doing right now, if you were redesigning it, how many do you think they should know at level 20? They are now gone through 20 levels of grueling trying to get there. They've finally made it. How many should they be getting? So 4th level spell, you get 1 at level 7. Level 7, 1 of these. And then it goes 2. 1, 2. And then we go to 3, and then the max is out again. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Okay. When I first started, I thought I could have infinite decks. I think we all assumed that we could have infinite something. Anyway, so 5th level spells are gained at 9th level, and it goes 1, 2. Oh, okay, 1, and then it's 2, and then it goes. How far do we go down? It's not till level 18 that we get a 3rd one. All right, okay, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, and the last couple are 3. Okay, all right. Please don't lose the faith in D&D, despite decisions made by Wizards of the Coast. The RPG is a way of too badass. Laugh out loud. So the American. I haven't lost faith in Dungeons and Dragons. I've just lost faith in Wizards of the Coast's idea of Dungeons and Dragons. So this is why I have in front of me Advanced Dungeons and Dragons 1st Ed Edition, 2nd Ed Edition, 3.5, Dungeons and Dragons 4e, and 5e sitting in front of me. So on this channel, I'm not just going to do D&D though. I will talk about other role-playing games. I've been learning new stuff. I've been learning Morkbork. We've played Shadow Dark, which is really a clone of D&D. And you know, Morkbork's probably a lot different. I've played, you know, Star Wars Saga. I've played Fatal Bulldogs, and I'm looking forward to trying a few more games along the way. But I'm much more about the third-party person. You reckon 7? Okay, yes. Let's do that. Let's say at first level spell, when you get to level 20, you should have 7. Are you Pale Rider? Are you looking at one of the older versions of D&D and looking at the chart? I bet you are, because that was what I was going to do if people didn't say anything. So Cleric 20. So let's have a look at level. So here we go. Cleric. So to give you guys an idea of how many spells you get access to if you were playing AD&D, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. These are the number of spells you would be able to get access to, that you would know. So the table was a table of spells that you would know, I believe. It's not spell slots or anything like that. You'll correct me if I'm wrong, Pale Rider. I knew you were. So on page 20 of Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, if you look at first level spells, at level 20, and this goes up to level 29 actually, the Cleric table, you get, at level 20, you get 9. 9. That's how many first level spells you could cast. Different types of spells. Not spell slots, but spells known. So I'm looking at that, I'm thinking, well, let's interpose that into our modern D&D. So that's the kind of my headspace. So you went with 7. I'm going to go with 9. Okay. And I'm going to go back in here and change all these numbers shortly so that people can see what I'm doing. But let me just drink some water. So for those of you who are thinking, are you kidding me? I thought older versions of D&D were harder and tougher and gave you less options. No, it's not true. It just isn't. It's not true. I'm slowly but surely, as I play older versions of the game, since I've only just recently started playing Beck-Me 11, I'm discovering that there are things that kind of got lost along the way. Like, seriously, really did. So 1 at level 11, that is for a 6th level spell. And then it goes 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, all the way down. And I think it's the last 2 levels. For level 6, you get 2 instead. 2, 2, and this is 1, 1, 1. Haha. Are you looking at the compendium? 9 is good. Yes. 7 is always better than 9. So for those of you who are looking at this and thinking, hang on, you can't give them more spells known because that would break the game. They did it in AD&D, and I would say that AD&D is probably less broken than 5th Ed edition. So I just don't see why there's a problem. I'm just going to do it. I think it's fine. I think we're going to be all good, and we can play test it and find out. So 13. 13 for the 7th level spell. 13, you only get 1. And for level 7 spells, it's not until you get to the very end that you finally get 2. It's like a progression of 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Wow, look at that. Just imagine having to put up with that sort of nonsense. Like level 8, we get 1 at level 15. 1 at level 15. 1. And then we never get any more. You only ever get 1 of those level 8 spells. That's it. Okay. And then our last spell, 9th level spell, we're going to get that at 17th level. 17th level. And we get 1. And it never goes up. Never goes up after that. Okay. Hi, Itchy. How are you doing? Welcome to the party. Beck-Me and AD&D are harder because of the monsters, I think. They were less forgiving, in my opinion. Yes, they certainly are. I agree. And there's no disputing that the monsters in Advanced Dungeons and Dragons and Beck-Me are certainly much harder than the 5th Ed edition monsters. Yep. I discovered a Twilight Cleric dip, and I feel like I discovered fire. Yes, that's because the Twilight Cleric is fundamentally broken as hell. It shouldn't exist. It's too good. Like it undermines the game at its very core. It's just mental. Like there's not much you can do. As a game master, there's too many things you would have to change and alter to be able to compensate for a Twilight Cleric. That's why my group had decided that the Twilight Cleric and the Peace Cleric would not be used at our table, because we looked at it and said, hang on, these are crazy. Like, these features didn't show up in Unearthed Arcana. They're clearly not been play tested properly, because we've already figured out how we would just wreck the game. What you do at your own table's up to you, but that's how we approached it. And I was fine with that. Okay, so now that I've done that, we're going to readjust this table, people, because I have many people in my group who are all about old school D&D. They've played older versions. So at level 8, so these are first level spells. And we're going to get another one, so 9 there. I'm going to change this, not 4, no, we're going to go 8 at 18. Going to get 8. And that keeps going. We get 2 more of those. 8. And then at level 16, I believe, we're going to get 7. And also at 15, 7. And then 14, we're going to get 6. And 14, 6. As a spellcaster, really, your access to spells is the most important thing. Like, the more access, the stronger your class is. This is one of the things that I've had a discussion with one of my buddies, is like, if you want to make spellcasters stronger, you give them more spells. So I don't dispute that at all. I agree. That's probably going to happen. So what we're going to do is we're going to go here, and then at level 10, we're going to go 4, 4, 4, 4. At level 8, we're actually going to tone it down. We're going to give them a few less. And we're going to do that right through to level 4. Go 3. And I think that's right. 8, level 8, through to level 4. Yep. So, and then 1 here. I'm going to give them 1 level 1 spell. We're giving them more cantrips, okay, but they're going to get access to more stuff as they go forward. And then this one here would be a 2 as well. So this, I've just changed it. This is really the progression for Advanced Dungeons & Dragons First Ed Edition for the first level spell. I've just superimposed that on. Like, that's what you see right there before you right now. That's what it is, okay? Okay, so I'm going to do all the lower levels as well, but let's start with the higher level to give you a bit more of an idea of what's going on here. The table doesn't go up to level 8 and level 9. And I'm not honestly sure why, but we're going to deal with level 7 because we can. Level 7, level 7. Okay, level 20, 20, 20, 20, there. Go right there. That's where we want it. I'm going to push it up just a little bit. And I'll leave these last 2 for later on. And then next is level 6 at level 20, level 20, level 20, and level 6, 5. This is level 6, isn't it? Yes, level 6. So I'm going to give them 5 of them that they can know. Then it goes 4. And then 4. 3. 3. And then it's going to be... the first time they get the level 1 spell is level 11. That's fine. And then the progression here is 1, 2, 2, 1. Is it 4, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. That's what I wanted. I think that's right. Have I made a mistake here? 2, level 15. Level 15. Yep. It's 2, 2, 2, and 2. Okay. What's this? I'm surprised AJ hasn't seduced you to Palladium Rift yet. I think you'll like it. Have to keep the characters from various books limited to keep the game level low. No, AJ's been talking about Palladium and superhero RPGs. He would very much like to run a superhero RPG as part on the Game Master Roundtable, and that may very well. I suspect that will eventually happen. I think that's definitely going to happen at some point. We just haven't got there. The day will come. I'm sure it will. It's only a matter of time. Okay, so level 5 spells, and if we're looking at level 20, cross over to level 5, giving them 7, and then it goes 6, we're doubling it there, 6, 5, 5, 4, 3, and we get a lot of 2s. There's about 4 2s, I believe, there. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's correct. Okay, so we're going to leave that progression. That's how we want it. I believe level 4 spells. At level 20, how many do we get? Level 20, level 4 spell. We get 8. Is that level 4? Yep. So more than doubling it. Okay, so then it goes 7. Yes, 2 7s. Goes to a 6. 6. 5. 5. 4. And then we get 3 3s. 1, 2, 3. And then 2 2s and a 1. Okay, so you can see how the progression of spells known is it doesn't coincide with spell slots, obviously. Okay, right, next level 20. We're dealing with 3rd level spells, and you're going to get 9 here. It goes 9, 9, then 8. 2 of those, and then go up here, 7, 7, 6, 6, and that's at level 13. Yes, that's good. Getting closer. Then we go level 5, 5 at 12. Yes. 5, and then we go 4, and then we get 3s, and there's also a 1 here. So level 5, we're going to give you 1. There's a few less. Here 2, and here 2. 1, 2, 3. So one of the reasons why I'm actually using the AD&D spells known table is because it's already been play tested. And you might be saying, yes, but Fred, it hasn't been play tested for 5e. If you look at old versions of spells and the new versions of spells, they are actually very similar. Like there's actually not a huge variation in what's going on. To be frank, a lot of the older versions of a spell were actually stronger than the new spells. The new spells are actually probably weaker than the older versions of the spells. So this is why I think using that progression from AD&D for spells known is actually going to work out fine. Cool, another class video. Yes, exactly. I've always thought it's strange that the Cleric is a full caster with martial capacity, but the Paladin is a half caster with martial capacity. Those smites could, yeah, arguably make the Paladin much stronger to make up for the half caster. So I feel like the Paladin it steps on the toes of the Cleric way too much. It's not something I'm very happy about myself. We'll sort that out eventually, but not today. So this is second level spells. Instead of 3, we're now looking at 9. 9 that you know. Not spell slots, 9 that you know. Remember, there are no spell slots anymore. I'm getting rid of them. And at 17, we get 8. Level 16 is 7. 7. 14 is going to be 6. We double the number. 6. 12 is 5. And then we're almost there. Level 11 is 4. Get 4 there, 4 there, and 4 there. And then we switch to 3 at level 8. 3 at level 8. Yes. The only difference we're going to make here is kind of just about there. We're going to make this at level 3. Instead of 2, I'm going to give you 1. Okay? And then at level 4, you're going to get 2. And then we have a progression of about, you get, for 4 levels, you're going to get just 1, 2, 3. So it stays kind of the same about there. That there is the progression in terms of spells that I'm looking at, except I'm doing this. Because at the tail end, 9th and 8th level spells, I'm giving you at level 20, I'm going to put there too. I mean, it's not going to come up that much, okay? It's not really going to come up that much, but at the tail end, that's kind of what I'm going to do. That's where I'm going to put it. And in fact, I might even push it a little bit higher. Let's push that a little bit higher. Let's go here, 2. 2 here. 2 there. Okay. That is my new table. Our cantrips go up to 7 at level 20. You're going to have most of your cantrips by about level 4. And you'll have to wait till level 10 to get that last cantrip that you can pick up. But by level 10, you have all the cantrips that you'll ever be able to access, because it makes sense. You know, if it's a spell that's easy, that you repeatedly cast, it's very low level, you should be able to learn all of them eventually. And so that's where I want to be at. And so I need to go take a break, and we'll be back, and I will be going through and readjusting how spell casting works, because we're going to be using a spell casting check. There are 3 different ways to do it, depending on the type of spell. And so, yeah, I'm going to go take a break and use the toilet, come back, and we'll continue. So I guess what I will do is, I think what I should do is I should actually put in a question in the chat and see how people respond to that before I disappear. Let's do that at first. Okay, let's go over here. Hashtag. In BackMe, you couldn't cast spells until level 10 if a player dedicated to a paladin at level 1-3. Yes, yeah. This is, being a paladin was much harder in older versions of the game. That's very, very true. Okay, hashtag. If we use a spell casting check, okay, should it be based on one type of check or 3 types? And that is attack, roll, saving throw, and spell check. Because what Shadow Dark has done is, and Easy D6 has done, is they have just one check. There's not 3 different things. Like there's just one check that you use, and that's it. Okay. If we use a spell casting check, should it be based on one type of spell check, or three types: attack, roll, saving throw, and spell check? I'm suggesting three types, which makes it a little bit more complicated, but it still marries in quite nicely with Dungeons and Dragons, you know, and how Dungeons and Dragons has used saving throws, attack rolls, and then the spell check would cover the things that don't have saving throws and attack rolls. That's what I'm suggesting. What do you got here, Itchy? Oh, hi. What do you got here? Are you still planning on having videos to finish the fighter and the monk classes? I've done the first draft. So I've actually built, so negative space, the monk, the first draft has been done. That class is done. The first draft. I'm not saying it's finished, but the first draft is done. The first draft of the fighter class is done. It's actually on Patreon. So I'll be coming back to them in the future, but no time soon, because I'm a one-man band, so I can only get so much done. So that they're there already. And when I get a chance, my group will start play testing them and checking them out and seeing what they think. If your players have banned overpowered aspects of D&D, how do they power game? Because they power game because they use the options that make sense to them. Power gamers don't just use the most powerful stuff. Most of the people in my table have been playing a long time. So what happens as a power gamer, you play the game long enough, you start to realize that there are certain things that actually aren't good for the game, and they're quite happy to let them disappear. They'll look at different options without getting too silly. Do you know what I mean? Okay, good. I'll come back to it and explain it a little bit, Itchy. Right now, right now, I'm just going to go take a quick poo-poo break. I need to have a break. I will be back. 5 minutes or less. Right, just getting myself back into place. We'll jump back to the page in a second. I'm just going to fill up one of my cups for porter, and we'll have a look at what people had to say. Okay, that's that. Another water bottle. Another one down. Okay, that's full. Okay. Right, let's have a look at what chat have to say about what I had suggested and see what they say. Okay, how's our poll going with the divine channeling? Yes. So divine channeling is going to be doing something else, in my opinion. I think divine channeling needs to be a different thing. Divine channeling is where I think the healing aspect of a cleric can be drawn from in some way. No. It's there is somebody in my house right now, so yeah. I don't live alone. Undecided 20%, no 10%. Okay, interesting. Okay, so what's the feedback on the spell casting check? Okay, so Itchy, to make it clear, a spell casting check would look like this: 10 plus the level of the spell. Add that together. That is the difficulty class, DC, or target number you need to get with your check. To make a check to make a spell casting check, you roll a 20-sided dice, and you add your spell casting modifier to that dice roll. That's it. No proficiency bonus. Just the spell casting ability modifier gets added to the 20-sided dice roll. If you get equal to or greater than, you succeed. If you get less than, you fail. Okay. But if we're using a three different types, that means that when you make an attack roll, if you fail to hit with your attack roll, you would also fail with the spell, which means you can't use it until the next day. With a saving throw, if somebody saves against the spell, then you can't use it again, okay, until the next day. And then for anything that doesn't have an attack roll or a saving throw, you would make a spell casting check. Okay? It would be a spell casting check, just as I just described. The only spells that you would not require, that could never fail, are cantrips. That's it. Just cantrips. And that's quite deliberate. Although we could include cantrips. We could say, yes, you could potentially use a cantrip as well. Negative space, cool. I'm looking forward to more class building. Yes, we're going to do all the classes. We're going to do the whole lot. It's going to take me a little while, but we'll get there. I like the 3 types of spell casting roll method. You like that one? I'm more interested in making a fun character to play. Overpowered characters get boring quickly. This is why my own group feel the same way. They like optimizing stuff. No, not 3 times at the same. It depends on what type of spell it is. So if you cast a spell you need to succeed on an attack roll, that's right, saving throw, and a spell check to fire it off. No. It's one or the other. It's either an attack roll, a saving throw, or a spell check, depending on the type of spell that you're using. And what the reason for doing this is it fits really nicely into the structure of D&D and 5e already. The third option is a little peculiar though. I understand negative space. I can think off the top of my head of any spells that use that in 5e. The closest thing I can think of is a spell like teleport. Yes. So for example, so teleport would have a spell casting check because there's no saving throw and there's no attack roll. Maybe contact another plane is the name of it, where the caster has to make a check or go insane for 24 hours. Counterspell can kind of have a spellcaster check sometimes. Yes. Yeah, well, it does. Counterspell does have that kind of check. I could hear you making noises and I thought someone else. Okay, all right. Oh, that sounds horrible. I love wizards. I would hate to have a check to use magic. My magic fails enough on saving throws. I don't need another layer to do. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Is it sounds bad, but it's not as bad as you might think, because I've given you a lot more spells. Like, if you look at how many additional spells you get, that table is huge now. Like, you're going to get a lot more spells, so you can afford to lose a spell or have a spell fail. So it's never going to take anything away from. So let me share this with you. Sorry, it's never going to take anything away from you if you miss with a spell, and you can't use it again. Then you're probably going to, unless you're level 1, you're going to have another spell you can use. At first level, it's never going to have any real effect. Now, the reason being, as it happens, is because you only normally get one spell at first level, or 2 spells at first level anyway. Like, you're probably only going to get 2 spells that you can use, 2 spell slots. So the effect is pretty minimal. Your cantrips are never going to be affected by failure, okay? So that's not a problem. It's only the spells that are from level 1 to level 9 that could potentially fail. And so if you fail to connect with a spell that makes an attack roll, you actually have lost nothing other than you can't cast that spell again for the rest of the day. And because of the way Dungeons & Dragons set up, where you get so few spells anyway as a cleric, it's probably not going to actually affect you. You're probably not going to feel the effect that much at all, because we're giving you so many more spells to access. Just a heads up so that you understand. This is why I said we need to give you more spells, so that I can't use that spell anymore, but I can use this spell that I have on my list. Do you know what I mean? That's where my head is at. So sure. Yeah. There's not another layer. You remember, there's only one layer. It's either an attack roll, a saving throw, or a spell check. You've got to do one of those. And as long as you don't fail, the spell goes off and you don't lose the spell. Do you know what I mean? Dispel magic, I don't think it has in 5e. Yes. So dispel magic, because it doesn't have a saving throw or an attack roll, would have a spell check. Okay? No spell slots, Pale Rider. There are no spell slots. These are just known spells. This is how many spells you know at whatever level. That's it. Casting attack is under the effect of the spell at 4th level or higher. Yes. You mean you won't burn a spell slot if you fail the... There are no spell slots. You can use if you never fail to, fail your attack roll, or never and it always goes off, and your enemy never succeeds on their saving throw with that spell, you can use it as many times as you like. Why do I do it that way? The reason I would do it that way is because it gets rid of tracking spell slots. It gets rid of spell slots and prepared spells. This is why I'm doing it, because it's always a pain. Okay, let me just start writing some stuff down. The Cleric table shows you how many spells you know how to cast. Okay, the Cleric spell shows you how many spells you know how to cast. The spell shows you how many spells you learned how to cast from your cleric spell list, spells of 1st level and higher. Now, forget about spell slots. No more spell slots. Gone. So, you prepare the list of cleric spells that you are available to cast. You choose from the cleric spell. No, this doesn't apply. We're not using prepared spells anymore. It's going. Okay. so here we go. You can only cast spells of a level of a level that you know. Okay, and all of this is gone. That's that. I'm going to have to add in quite a lot of stuff here, but we'll get there. For example, if you are a 3rd level cleric, you have 4 first level spells and 2 second level spells. So that would not be the example that we'd be using. So if you're a 3rd level cleric, you have, okay, for example, if you, okay, if for example, if you are a 3rd level cleric, you have not 4 and 2, you know, let's give this a, so the 3rd level, 1st level and 2nd level. Let's see, what would it be? So 3rd level, you would have 2 and 1. Okay. For example, if you are 3rd level cleric, you know 2. First level and 1 second level spell. Okay. Now, forget about this. This doesn't mean anything. This just complicates things, so we're going to get rid of this. So if you prepare a 1st level cure spell, cure wounds, you can cast it using a 1st level. No, let's get rid of this. Okay, so how are people? No, it's all right, buddy. I also don't like how some of the classes get to choose new spells out of their class spell list every day. I don't like changing spells out. Once you have it, I don't want people changing them out. The only time I allow that is people want to retrain. I feel like changing out spells is just, it's too gamey. Sorry for the nonsense. Yeah, but I can. But can I throw a javelin using Dex as a monk? It's a simple weapon, so it can be a monk weapon. I gave the monk a lot of additional weapons when I redid it, and I believe that yeah, I think you'll find that there's a lot of additional weapons. I don't remember if I added the javelin. It may be there, it may not be there, but I know they got a lot of additional things. I gave the monk access to polearms. No problems. I'll see you later. You head off, mate, and I'll catch up with you later. Okay, so casting spell doesn't remove it from your list of prepared spells. So here we go. Get rid of this. Okay. You can change your spells when you finish a long rest. Forget about that because we're not preparing spells anymore. And that's all gone. Alright, so now I have to actually explain how spellcasting actually works. To cast one of these. Okay, to cast these spells. To cast a spell, you must have selected it as a learned or known spell. Okay. And then this here goes there. That should be relatively easy to understand. I will get rid of the highlighted section here, and we'll go right there. Okay, all right. To cast a spell, you must have selected it as a learned or known spell. Okay, good, cool. For example, if you are 3rd level, you know 2 1st level and 1 2nd level spell. Okay, good, good, good. Cantrips. You learn additional clerics cantrips of your choice at higher levels as known as. Okay, so there's a section we need to put in here. Cantrip spells can be cast an unlimited number of times and never suffer spell failure, because they are so simple and you know them so well, so you never lose them. Okay. Cantrip spells can be cast an unlimited number of times and never suffer spell failure. Okay. Next, I need to start talking about spell failure and how that's going to work. So what's this? A character can use a weapon, but they only add their proficiency bonus if they are proficient with the weapon. But I believe javelins use strength as a thrown weapon. I have no idea who's talking to what. I'm not sure. I'm a bit lost on the conversation there. Okay, so that's that bit there. Now I need to actually have a section on. Now we've explained how the level spells work. At character level, a first level cleric as a first level cleric, you know 5 cantrips of your choice from the cleric spell list. You learn additional cleric cantrips of your choice at higher levels, as shown on the cantrips known column of the cleric table. Cantrip spells can be cast an unlimited number of times and never suffer spell failure. Okay, that's good. Next. Okay, the cleric table shows how many spells you learned how to cast from your cleric spells of 1st level and higher. To cast a spell, you must have selected it as a learned or known spell. You can only cast spells of a level that you know. For example, if you are a 3rd level cleric, you know 2 1st level and 1 2nd level spell. Okay, that's that. We've got spell casting ability. We've got ritual casting, which we're going to definitely keep. That's the focus. Okay, all right, so spell failure. Spell casting failure. Let us deal with that. And I'll get rid of this highlighted section. Okay, and and put that under there. Okay. When you cast a cleric spell of no. Okay, when you cast a cleric spell of first level or higher, there. Oh, come on! Gotta be kidding. First level or higher, there is a chance the spell will fail to hit. Will fail. Now, what am I going to say here? Will fail. When you cast a cleric spell of first level or higher, there is a chance the spell will fail and be inaccessible for inaccessible till the dawn of the next day. Bold, underline. Okay, cool. I think that's all right. Cool. That's it. Oh, so one of the things is I have had this discussion with my group, and we will probably be using mazes and monsters. Mazes and monsters doesn't differentiate dexterity and strength as a viable ability modifier or ability score for the use of melee or ranged weapons, primarily because weapons aren't built. You can have, I mean, being strong is really helpful for throwing a javelin, yes. But it's not the only thing that's very important. I've seen plenty of people who aren't that strong throw a javelin a very long way. Yeah. I have done a few other things with that. Okay, so here we go. When you cast a cleric spell of first level or higher, there is a chance the spell will fail and be inaccessible till the dawn of the next day. When a non-cantrip spell has a attack roll and is cast but doesn't hit the target, hits the target, let's just move this up, sorry people, hit the target, it fails. It fails. Okay. It fails and is lost till the next day. Okay, so attack roll, miss, lose it till the next day. All right, so that's the first thing. Should a spell require a saving throw, should a I need to be very, very specific. A non-cantrip. I need to keep saying this, don't I? Spell require a saving throw to have a magical effect. And is not okay, so hang on. Should a non-cantrip spell require a saving throw to have a magical effect and is not successful, and is successfully resisted, then the spell is lost, is not able to be used until the next day. Okay. All right. Now, there are some spells that have a saving throw, but with their saving throw, there's a half effect. So there's still an effect that comes into place even if they fail, right? So, for example, Fireball is a good example of this. Fireball it's got a half effect, and you've got multiple people sort of doing it. So this is where it gets a little complicated, because here's the thing: what do we do with a half effect? Okay, because it's still got a half effect. So here's the thing that we're going to do with this, and I think this is going to be the biggest problem: is the saving throw spells that have a half effect. Do I want to do that? Okay. Should a non-cantrip spell require a saving throw to have a magical effect and is successfully resisted, then the spell is not able to be used, successfully resisted by the target. Then the spell is not able to be used until the next till the next day. Okay, so that's another spell failure. But now we have to lump in a couple of things. Okay. So non-cantrip spells that have no attack roll saving throw or have a magical Does 5e provide a way to get weapon proficiencies after the game has already started by practicing? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It's called downtime, and I don't have it with me, but you can learn all sorts of things, languages, skills, and I believe weapon proficiencies would fall under that same category. Where is it? Do I know where it is right now? I need to get this down so I get it from my head onto the page. But actually, I think you'll find it's in the Dungeon Master Guide. Otherwise, if it's not in the Dungeon Master Guide, it might be in Xanathar's Guide to Everything for 5e. Okay? Or a magical... non-cantrip spells that have no attack rolls, saving throw, or a magical effect... or a no attack roll, no saving throw, or have a magical effect or require a saving throw, but still have a magical effect on a failure or something, but or require a saving throw, but still have a magical effect on a failed saving throw, must make a spell casting check. So Fireball could be lost. Late arrival. How's it going, Fred Hubber? How are you doing? Okay, so is that clear? Non-cantrip spells that have no attack roll, no saving throw, or require a saving throw but still have a magical effect on a failed saving throw must make a spell casting check. Okay, all right. A spell casting check. Spellcasting check. Now, how do I want to word this? Check that fails. Failed. That is failed. Means the spell is lost. Is not accessible till the next day. Okay, all right, getting there. Gee, optional role training, I think, is 240. Yeah, 240 game days under instruction. It is not often used. I have used it in my game though, so people have used it for various things. Okay, so this is here. Now I need to actually describe how a spell casting check is made. The difficulty class or DC of a spell casting check is 10 plus the spell's level. Okay, so that's our DC. To make a spell casting check, the cleric must roll a 20-sided dice and add the result to their wisdom. I believe it's wisdom modifier. Wisdom modifier. Now, I believe in Shadow Dark and I don't know if it's an easy D6, but I know Shadow Dark, if you roll a 1 on your spellcasting check, there is a sort of a table that you roll on. Oh no, that's the wizard, isn't it? It's not the cleric. I'm not going to include that because I might put something like that in, but it's just failure. You lose it. You can't access it. I actually think in many respects that's actually enough. Suddenly the fact that you failed the spell, it didn't go off, and you can't access it until the next day, I almost feel like that's probably enough. I don't need to go any further. Is that quite clear now? I will read it out so it's obvious to you. Okay, so cantrips. You're going to get more cantrips than normal. At first level, you get 5. When you get to level 20, you're going to get 7. Cantrips can be cast an unlimited number of times, and they never suffer spell failure. They always work. Okay, you can never lose them. Okay. Here we go. But with a spell that is first level or higher, okay, you have to select a certain number of spells based on how many you can learn, and the table shows you. Okay, so third level cleric, you get 2 first level spells and 1 second level spell, and going up to the higher levels, you're going to get quite a lot more spells than normal. That's what I'm trying to do here. Right, spell failure works this way. But when you cast a cleric spell of first level or higher, there's a chance the spell will fail and be inaccessible till the dawn of the next day. That's the mechanic we're dealing with. When a non-cantrip spell has an attack roll and is cast but doesn't hit the target, it fails and is lost till the next day. Okay? Should a non-cantrip spell require a saving throw to have a magical effect, okay, and is successfully resisted by the target, then the spell is not able to be used till the next day. So it's not dependent on what you roll, it's dependent on whether they roll it. Now this is going to apply to spells like banishment. Banishment is one of those spells where somebody else makes the saving throw, and if they fail it, then they don't get banished. But if they fail it, they get banished. If they don't fail it, they stay where they are. But the extra thing that would apply to banishment, since it's a saving throw spell in this case, and it's not a cantrip, is that if the monster, you try to banish them and they successfully resist it, then you won't get to use banishment on from your spells till the following day. So you won't get access. You can't just keep spamming it. So those people who are thinking, oh, people are just going to spam their high level spells. No, they're not, because they're probably going to lose access to them. They might get 1 or 2 uses if they're lucky, and then they won't get to use them again. So they will need to look at different spells. Now, what a system like this does, is it forces you to use spells outside of the standard spells that we all wind up using. So as a cleric, the most common spells we wind up using over and over again are bless, right? Something like a what do you call it? Banishment. The banishment. There's a bunch of spells. Like, the idea is that we get them to use different spells rather than relying on the same spells that they have decided are the best options. Now, I'm not disputing they would be the best options, but the idea is that you wouldn't necessarily be able to spam bless, because bless, you might wind up losing access to it if it fails. Okay, and bless is one of those spells that doesn't have an attack roll, doesn't have a saving throw, so you'll make a spell casting check in this case, and if you fail it, it's only a DC 11, right? But if you do fail it, you won't be able to use it again till the following day. So that's the provisor, okay? And as the higher the spell gets, the harder it is going to be to keep going with it. That's sort of what it's trying to do. So you can't rely on detect magic to always be working. Sometimes you might lose access to it. You won't be able to rely on Shield of Faith indefinitely. So it's not like it's not like you can always be guaranteed that you're going to have access to it. It might get lost. Something like Guiding Bolt. Healing Word is a good example. Healing Word doesn't require a saving throw, doesn't require an attack roll, so you make a spellcasting check. But if you fail it, then you can't use it till the following day. So you can't really use it a lot necessarily. You may not, but as the level of as the ability modifier for your character goes up, you're going to get better at not failing it. That's the whole point. Okay, You're not going to be able to rely on hold person necessarily. You might not get to be able to use it. Or silence, or what else? What's another one? Animate dead. You're not going to be able to rely. You're not going to be able to rely necessarily on mass healing words and just keep using the same spell over and over again because it's such a good spell. So the idea is to try to get the spellcasters to use something they're not really comfortable using. I want people to use more spells rather than more different spells rather than the same spell over and over again. It's like Wizard. You know, what are you going to cast when you have access to Fireball? You just keep casting Fireballs until you run out of the ability to cast the Fireball, right? So when you run out of level 3 and level 4 and level 5 and level 6 spell slots in 5e, well, okay, I guess I can't cast Fireball anymore because you can upcast it. So that's where I'm going with this. Healing Word and Bless are so good. A dip Cleric with my monk to get it. So here's the thing. I'm going to give the monk something that you won't want to dip. Trust me. When I did the monk, I made it very, I was very careful to make sure that a lot of the features are things you don't want to miss out on, so multi-classing is not beneficial. Because in itself, it's sort of, yeah, anyway. 5 or more. Well, I mean, look, I don't know that necessarily 5 years is a long time. 240 days of solid training. If you think about it, like when I was doing my martial arts training, I was training 6 days a week, but most people would only train once a week. They'd come in and they'd train once a week. So if you think about that, all right, 52 weeks in a year, if you train every week for that period of time, and you're only training for like a couple of hours, this is a whole day. That's a long time, 240 game days, and you're probably looking at an 8-hour day. That's a lot of hours. I understand the upcasting thing, but see, upcasting a Fireball is risky because you could lose. If you try to upcast a Fireball, well, if you're casting it and it's now a level 5 spell rather than a level 3 spell, the DC is a 15. And you're only adding a 20-sided dice roll to your wisdom modifier. So the chances are upcasting is very risky. You could lose access to spells you rely on a lot, like Fireball that can be upcast. An HEMA, I don't know what you're talking about. Goshin Tai-Kai was the style I trained in, but I also did Taekwondo. What else did I do? Oh God, there's another one I can't remember the name of, which was pretty brutal. But there was a couple. There was a few. There was a few. Eater of Crabs. How's it going? There's a feat called Weapon Master in the player's handbook. Yes, grants a +1 strength to a maximum of 20 and proficiency in 4 weapon martial or simple. Exactly. Yep. Going to be a crusher. Okay, so we've got down our spell casting method in historical European martial arts. No. I was learning a version of Japanese karate that was modified for Western society, called Goshin Tai-Kai. Goshin Tai-Kai, Way of the Open Hand, I believe that's the name, or Open Hand, I believe that's what it's called. And it did exist in Japan, but it died out, and my mentor, my sensei, adopted the name because it was no longer being used. And he created his own style. That's what happened. Surprisingly, it happens quite a lot. Sports sword fighting. No, I never. Yeah, I was not really into sports stuff. Okay, So that's that. I think I'm going to take a break. I'm pretty happy with that. I think a lot of this other stuff here is not going to be a problem. Spell casting ability. When wisdom is your spell casting ability for your cleric spells. The power of your spells comes from your devotion to your deity. You use your wisdom whenever a cleric spell refers to your spell casting ability. In addition, you use your wisdom modifier when setting the saving throw DC for a cleric spell you cast, and when making an attack roll with one. So, and it then gives you the formula, which is fine. I'm quite happy with that. That's all good. We will just go get rid of this. So that's done. So fortunately, for those of you who are thinking, oh, Fred, you're taking so long on this one area. This one area really needed a lot of work. I'm not too worried about these DC formulas for saving throws or the attack roll. I'm quite happy how they exist in their current form. I don't want to change that. The ritual casting. You can cast a cleric spell as a ritual if that spell has the ritual tag and you have the spell prepared. No, it's not prepared. It's not prepared. If... Get rid of that. And you... Okay, so you can cast a cleric spell as a ritual if that spell has the ritual tag and you know and you have learned the spell. And you have learned the spell. Okay, that's all we need to have. We're not doing prepared spells, no spell slots. Get rid of all of that. That's gone. And that's that bit there. Let's go. Okay, I should have done that the other way around. But anyway, bold, underline. I'm going to take another break, and I will be back. Maybe it's time I need to... What's the next thing I want to deal with? Divine domains, spell domains, and so forth. See, this is where the problem lies. Is spell domains are like, what are the sticking points? Spell domains are basically the old subclass or archetype, and I've replaced it with something completely different, which I think is actually better, if you ask me. So this is not something I'm too worried about talking about, because I'm about to probably ditch all of that. We've talked about that. What we do need to talk about is we need to talk about the problems around divine intervention, because divine intervention is a pain. It's a giant pain. Hashtag. Let's do a little hashtag and ask you a question. I want to do this now. Hashtag. How should divine intervention work to make it fun for a player and easier for a game master? Because right now it does not do any of that. It's a giant pain. That is such a pain right now. So let's put that in. I'm going to go take a break. I'll be back in 5 minutes or less, and we will going to move on. Okay, all right. Let me just jump back in the seat, the hot seat, and I'm about to show you why we can cut away some of the dead weight from the cleric class that was existing before. Because I know a lot of people are going to be looking at this and thinking, hang on, if you take that away, I'm losing stuff. But actually, you're not. Because a lot of the stuff I've added now is probably significantly better. And actually, this is going to have to go on. I need a warm hat, not a magician hat right now. Okay, so going over to chat. Let's have a see what you've been talking about. I knew people who studied fencing and others who studied using those bamboo simulated swords. We used to use the bamboo swords, but and we used wooden weapons. But yeah, it's only melee weapons that I can train in modern day to defend myself the dagger. Yes, learning to use a knife is probably pretty important. I agree. What you have around the house, what you carry. So the training that I did, we had to just learn how to use what was easily available. So we would learn to use those things. We'd also use traditional weapons, but you know, you don't have them. You can't carry those things. You get into trouble. So you kind of have to lose. You have to learn how to use mundane, everyday things like an umbrella. Common to if you've got a walking stick, a credit card, your keys. These are sorts of things you would use. Modern weapons that you don't get pulled over for, basically. Hard to find good trainers, but there are people who still train in the medieval weapons. Yes. Yep, there are. I don't know about the United States. I only know about New Zealand myself. Okay, so I've asked my question. The question is, how should divine intervention work to make it fun for players and easier for a game master? Society of Creative Ignorance is not the place to find someone who knows anything about it. Okay, all right. Dear. Nice, but it depends on the length and how long. Okay, so we're talking about knives. How would we get it? Divine, here we go. Back to divine intervention. Should be available at any level to any PC. Chance of success table is a little complicated. I'll have to find mine. I'm not really on board for making it available to any PC. I like the idea divine intervention is available to just a cleric, but that's just me. I had a player who caused a problem, rolled perfect success. His PC worshipped Crom. He got yellow rain. He got yellow rain, did he? I like channel divinity, but I don't think something. I do think something is off about it, and it could be improved. Make it so a cleric can have options to learn from a list of channel divinity options. Yes and no. I agree and don't agree with that. I think that's where it would eventually wind up going. But yeah, we'll get back to that. Fire was involved. Okay. All right. Okay. Interesting. All right. So let's get back to the job at hand. Since you guys are talking about weapons and so forth, it's not really the topic of today. The topic of today is I've got to get some work done, and yeah, and I want this finished by the end of today. So first off, spellcasting focus. You can use a holy symbol, see the adventurer gear section, as a spellcasting focus for your cleric spells. Yes, you can. And you probably will need to have one, because later on it's going to be even more important to have it. So we'll leave that there. I have no issues with this little section. Okay, divine domain. Choose one domain related to your deity. Knowledge, life, light, nature, tempest, trickery, or war. The life domain is detailed at the end of the class description and provides examples of gods associated with it. See the player's handbook for details on all domains. Your choice grants you domain, spells, and other features when you choose it at first level. Okay. It also grants you additional ways to use Channel Divinity when you gain that feature at 2nd level. The additional benefits are at 6th, 18th, and 17th. Now, this is the old archetype or subclass for the Cleric. And as I've said, I've replaced this with a progression which is level... Oh God, what is it? Is it level 4? I think it's level 4. Yes, Clergy Discipline is at level 3, level 6, level 10, level 14, level 18. You get stuff at those levels. Okay? I want to take the domain away. And I will explain why and show you why. So that you understand that you're actually not really losing stuff. You're actually gaining a lot of better stuff. Do you know what I mean? Because this divine domain nonsense is not really necessary as far as I'm concerned. Dinner time, have to go. No problems. I'll see you later, negative space. So let's have a look at one of the domains here. The knowledge domain. So the knowledge domain, at first level you get you get command and identify as additional spells that you know. Okay, and they count as being prepared. But we don't use prepared spells anymore, so that means nothing to us. So that benefit that you might have had from that domain, frankly, is kind of useless. It's redundant now. Okay, the fact that you get command and identify as prepared and known spells, well, it's a big deal at level 1, but later on is it going to be a big deal? Because at level 3, let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at our progression table. Think about it. This is the new progression table. These are the spells that you know, not prepared, not spell slots, anything like that. So at first level, you're only getting one level 1 spell, which seems like, God, Fred, I've just got shafted. It does. Certainly, I'd say it would be a nerf. I would consider it a nerf. But now we go to level 3. Now you get 2 first level spells and a 2nd level spell. Again, there's no prepared or anything like that. You don't notice anything at the early stages of the Cleric. What you will notice is that as we go on, suddenly at around, here it is, at around level 9, level 10, level 11, actually this progression is better because you get access to more spells. Once you start getting into the top, into the level 14, 15 area, it's even better. And at the very top end, it's even better. So what it is you don't have quite as much stuff in terms of spells you can cast at low level, but we've also given you 2 additional cantrips that you can cast as many times as you like. So first level, two more spells you get as the knowledge domain. And this is the case with all the domains, right? You get another 2 at 3rd level, right? You get, and then they're not slots, they're just prepared spells and known spells. That's essentially what it is, right? At 5th level, you get another 2 spells. At level 7, you get another 2 spells. At level 9, you get another 2 spells. But when you ultimately look at how many spells you normally get, you're actually going to know more spells at around level 8, 9 than if you used the domain system. So I feel like losing that is not a big deal. Now next, let's have a look at first level. Blessing of Knowledge. At first level, you know 2 languages of your choice. You also become proficient in your choice of 2 of the following skills. So your domain gives you, as it happens, it gives you 2 more languages and 2 more skills if you're doing the knowledge domain, okay? And that's at first level. And that's right out the bat. That's right at the very beginning, okay? Channel Divinity Knowledge. So you get to use your Channel Divinity and you can do something as an action. Basically, it's a skill or a tool, what is it here? As an action, you choose one skill or tool for 10 minutes. You have proficiency with the chosen skill or tool. So basically, it's a better chance of succeeding on a skill check or an ability check with a skill or a tool. That's at 2nd level. Now, we haven't got anything like that right now. Yeah? Read thoughts. At 16th level, you can use your channel divinity. Again, it's a limited resource. Okay, you don't get that many uses of it. You can read a creature's thoughts. You can then use your access to the creature's mind to command it. Here's the thing. Although read thoughts sounds great, is read thoughts, is the ability to detect thoughts from somebody a feature, a spell that a cleric can get access to? Because remember, there are no limit to the number of spells you could potentially cast. You can cast the same spell many times, right? As a cleric, you only have to make sure that you don't. You just got to hope that you don't want it having spell failure. So let's have a look here. How does that work for us? Speak with dead, protection from evil, forge, food. Is there somebody at my door? I think there's somebody at my door. There's something weird going on. I can hear something outside. Hang on, give me a second. No, all good. I was thinking, oh, there's something weird going on here. But no, it's all good. Okay, so read thoughts. Cleric spells. Locate, protect. Is detect thoughts a spell that you would access as a cleric? Is it not actually something that you have? Has it really been left off the yeah, it might well be. I know it's a spell, right? It does actually exist, but it's not accessible to a cleric. Interesting. Let's have a look here. Detect thoughts. Detect. Where are you? Detect magic, detect thoughts. It's a second level spell. It's divination. A second level spell that's divination, and detect thoughts is not available for a cleric. Is that? Am I really reading that right? Is it honestly a divination spell that is not available? Holy Toledo! 1, 2, 3. I can't believe they did that. Why make a divination spell divination, and a cleric can't access detect thoughts? Wow, that's really strange. This is like the spell list for a cleric really needs to change. That is such a weird thing to do. I just don't understand what they were thinking there. That is so odd. Potent spell casting. Starting at 18th level, you add your wisdom modifier to the damage you deal with a cantrip. Okay, so here's the thing. If we take knowledge domain, so we're going to lose two languages, proficiency in 2 skills. Okay, you're going to lose this action that you can use as your channel divinity, which is very limited. You don't get that many of them. Which can use, 10 minutes. You can do something with proficiency, whatever the skill or tool is. Right, reading your somebody's thoughts, you're going to lose access to that. You're going to lose the fact that you can add your wisdom modifier to a cantrip, and you're going to lose visions of the past. Now, all of the different divine things have their own thing, but this is what you gain. I just want to explain to you before you see this and think, no, I don't want this. What do you gain as a substitute for that? You get actually a lot more. Because if you have a look here, at 3rd level, you get Secret Society, which now means you have access to a temple or workspace. You get the opportunity to get employment or jobs and generate an income. You get access to a library and information for conducting research, a place to stay for free board, food, and drink. You get potential clergy allies that can assist you in a variety of different ways. You get access to specialized tools and equipment that are related to the secret society that you have joined. That's at 3rd level, right? But at 8th level, you're going to get, you can buy healing potions and holy water at half the normal price. Contacts with political, religious, and criminal and powerful individuals that you didn't have before. Access to the restricted section of a library and archives. And a land transport. So your land transport, a riding horse, camel, donkey, pony, mammal, and other creatures. So that's that. But you also get followers. So at level 6, you get an apprentice, but at level 10, you're going to get between, I believe it is 5 to 50 guards as your followers that you can utilize for a variety of things. And you get acolytes who can heal. They've got healing abilities. And you get 7 times a d20. So you roll a d20 dice and you get 7 of them. That's how many acolytes you get. And that's at level 10. That's a big deal. There's probably nothing in the player's handbook that can actually keep up with the fact that the cleric followers at level 10 is so good, right? So let's have a look again here. At level 10, you get a monastery or a stronghold. So that's, you get a castle or a monastery or a temple or a fortified tower. Now, it might be given to you. You might have to build it, but it generates an income, and it's a place that you can stay at, and your allies can stay at. There's a lot of benefits to having something like this. There's a lot of roleplay aspects to it, but it generates an income. Okay. If we look at the next one, at 14th level, you're going to get access to a vehicle that can travel around the world, like a sailing ship, a galley, a submarine, or a wagon of some kind, depending what you're after. So those are the sorts of things that you would get. Pathfinder at level 16 allows you to travel as many times as you like, as long as you spend 10 minutes with your holy symbol to open a portal to another plane of existence. So you can travel around a lot more. And then your divine gift, you're going to get a legendary magic item at level 18. This is what's replacing your domain, people. You get an epic boon at level 20, which isn't really part of that. That's just the level 20 feature. But those are the things you're looking at replacing our domain with. One, access to a legendary magic item. Access to the ability to travel the planes as many times as you like. Access to a vehicle to travel the world. Access to followers who have healing features and abilities. A stronghold or a monastery, a home, basically, that generates an income. And, and a whole bunch of other things that are a little bit more nebulous. I actually think you're probably getting more than you were before. I think you're getting significantly more. So this is why I'm saying the divine domains can just go. We don't need them. They don't need to be there. What we do need to do is we need to put something else there. But this here is getting replaced. We're just getting rid of that. Like that. And we don't need domain spells, because you won't need those either. You're going to get access to a lot more spells as you progress. Okay? So that's gone as well. All of that really unnecessary based on what I've already built out in. So let's just go back into the table here at the very beginning. And I believe divine domain features. Divine domain features. Where are you? Divine domain feature. Not really required anymore. Just get rid of it. Done. Channel divinity is going to look a lot different. So I'm about to make that unlimited. Next one. Divine intervention. Divine domain feature. Let's get rid of this. We don't need that. Divine domain feature. We're going to get rid of that as well. We don't really need that. And next. Divine domain feature. Again, is replaced by clergy discipline. And then divine domain at first level. If anything, I'm tempted for divine domain to be something a little different. And I haven't decided exactly. And I'm tempted to leave it in divine domain in the first level here. I haven't really decided what I want to do with that, because there is something. So the guys did say I need to figure out how to make the cleric better at healing than all the other classes, because it should really be better at healing than everybody else. So maybe I can call divine domain something else. Divine healing. Let's do that. Level 1 feature. And we'll make it progressive. So it won't be something that stays still. Okay. Let's do that. Divine healing. And we'll get rid of this. Like so. And I'm going to put a bit of a bullet point here, a question mark. Oh, no, that's not what I want. Get rid of this, question mark, and divine healing is a feature that I want to build in, because the guys have asked for it. And yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that shortly. Okay, channel divinity. Channel divinity, you get so few access, so little access to it. If we look at how the table works, the most number of channel divinities that you can get before you take a short rest, okay, a long rest or a short rest, are 3. That's it. So, and that would be at level 18. So I'm going to take that away. If we eliminate that and we just keep turn undead and make some adjustments, what have we lost? What we're going to lose is the domain gave you a different thing that you could do with your channel divinity. Whereas I'm going to wrap that into our divine healing. I think that's what we're going to do here. So we're going to get rid of this, because we're still keeping turn undead and we're still keeping destroy undead. We're still keeping that. Alright, so second one, you gain the ability to channel energy and direction. You're using the energy to fuel your magic. You start with 2 effects. Okay. And some domains grant you additional effects as you advance. So we're going to get rid of this. When you use channel divinity, you choose which effect to create. You must then finish a long rest. No, we're not using long rest and short rest for that. It's going to go, all of that's going to go. I'm being real brutal, people here. Just bear with me. It'll look better than you realize. Some channel divinity effects require saving throws when you use such effect. No, because we're not doing that. We're going to get rid of this. Beginning at 6th level, you can use your channel divinity twice between rests. Beginning at 18th level, no, we're not. We're getting rid of the. So there is going to be no restriction on how many times you can use turn undead, and we're not going to call it channel divinity turn undead. We're just going to call it turn undead. That's it. That's all I'm going to do. We're going to have to restructure this a little bit. So we'll take that off. Turn undead. Bold underline. And we just need to make sure we tell you when you get your turn undead. Correct? Okay. So turn undead. I believe it, is it the cleric, did it get it straight out the bat or did it get it at 2nd level? I can't remember. It may have got it later on. Turn undead. Where are we? Cleric. I think basic Dungeons and Dragons, you could turn undead at in basic Dungeons and Dragons at 1st level. I think you could, but let me just have a look here. So, if anybody remembers, please let me know. If you remember, at what level did you get your turn undead feature for Beck Me Dungeons and Dragons, or Advanced Dungeons and Dragons First Ed Edition. That'll help speed things up a little bit. Let's have a look here. Classing, no. Classes, ghosts. Okay. The undead, ghosts, ghasts, ghosts, ghouls, liches, mummies, shadows, skeletons, spectres, wights, wraiths, vampires, and zombies. These creatures, as well as demons and devils, are detailed in Okay, the matrix shows what effect clerics of various levels have. Okay, alright, so let's have a look. Where's that table? Which table am I looking at? For using... it's in the Dungeon Master Guide. That's what it is. As a rule of thumb, cleric is effective against any undead whose hit points are greater than... Okay, so that's how they used to make it work. So if I grab the older Dungeon Master Guide, it should have that table in there. That'll give me a better idea. Alright, I'll grab that now. Okay, let's have a look. Turning the undead. And it's probably going to be under what? Thieves, spies, combat. It's going to be here somewhere, but I can't figure out where. Okay, let's have a look. Back there. Okay, alright. I can't find it, but I think I'm going to make an executive decision on that one. Closing that up. So, turn undead. We need to make sure turn undead is at second level. Turn undead, turn undead. Channel divinity. Turn undead. Okay, we want them to have it right there. And then we gotta go back. No, that one. We don't need that anymore because we're not going to have it a certain number of days, times a day. We're just going to get rid of that completely. No. Missionary travel, ability to scroll, divine intervention, not yet. We'll deal with you later. Channel divinity, twice a day. No, because we're not putting a limit on that anymore. It is gone. Oh, look at that. There's a nice little space. Ability score improvement, clergy followers, turn undead. Okay, good. All right, we've got that done. Where are we? Turn undead. So starting at level 2. Okay. Level 2. The cleric gets access to the turn undead class feature. As an action, you can present your holy symbol and speak a prayer censoring the undead. Each undead that you can see or hear within 30 feet of you must make a wisdom saving throw. If the creature fails its saving throw, it is turned for 1 minute or until it takes any damage. I have no problem with any of that. Let's do that. So I've just given you turn undead unlimited number of times. Okay. A turned creature must spend its turn trying to move as far away from you as it can, and it can't willingly move to a space within 30 feet of you. It also can't take reactions. For its action, it can use only the dash action or try to escape from an effect that prevents it from moving. If there's nowhere to move, the creature can use the dodge action. Now, this is probably where my head is at, and Turn Undead is kind of used a little differently, I would imagine, in older versions of the game, and I'm not sure that I'm willing for it to be used that way. I actually want to take a lot of the stuff away that uses the dodge action and reactions. Okay. I actually want to make it a lot simpler than that. Okay, so let's see if we can just strip some of this away to make it unnecessary. A turned creature must spend its turn trying to move as far away from you as it can and can't willingly move to a space within 30 feet of you. Okay, must spend its turn moving as far away from you as it can, and it can't willingly move to a space within 30 feet of you. For its action, it can use only the dash action to try to escape from an effect that prevents it from moving. If there's nowhere to move, the creature can use the dodge action. I don't like this. I'm getting rid of that. I actually don't want our undead taking the dodge action if it is being turned. I want it to be vulnerable. This is the whole point. It's fleeing in fear. It is being irradiated. So I'm getting rid of the dodge action stuff. That needs to go. We don't want that bit. Okay? For its action, it can use only the dash action to try to escape from the effect that prevents. That is really all I wanted to say. Reactions, it's not going to get reactions because it doesn't make any sense. We're going to eliminate this. We don't need to have that bit there. That's all it can do is run away. That's it until it takes damage. Okay, so okay. That's it. So a turned creature must spend its turn trying to move as far away from you as it can, and it can't willingly move to a space within 30 feet of you. For its action, it can only use the dash action. No, dash action. Or try to escape from an effect that prevents it from moving. No, the dash action. That's it. Nothing else. All the rest goes. All that, no, gone. That eliminates the dodging nonsense. I just want that bit. Okay. Starting at level 2, the Cleric gets access to the turn undead feature. As an action, you can present your holy symbol. The feature an unlimited number of times per day. Okay, that's it. That's all I want for Turn Undead. That's the crux of it. Divine Healing we'll come back to. I'll drink some water. Now, let's have a look and see what holes and problems I've created for myself by doing something like this. That's that. We've got all in place. Destroy Undead. Okay, now, I believe Destroy Undead, starting at 5th level, when an undead fails its saving throw against your Turn Undead feature, the creature is instantly destroyed if its challenge rating is at or below a certain threshold, as shown in the Destroy Undead table. I think we keep it as is. I think it's fine. We'll keep it exactly as it is. And which means you can destroy undead as many times as you like because you have no restriction on your turn undead. Now you might be thinking, Fred, that's way too good. Again, it's situational. It's situational. I don't believe that it is. It's the only time it's really what it would mean is if you're playing a cleric in a undead campaign where you're dealing with primarily undead, you've got a huge advantage. Right? But the challenge rating, look at the challenge rating to destroy something. How often have people actually seen the destroy undead feature actually have a place in their game? So you think about it. A level 5 creature is now facing a half CR monster? Really? I know people think bound accuracy is a thing in 5e, and that it works, but no, it doesn't really. Okay, it really doesn't. So I don't think that we need to worry about that at all. Let's eliminate that as a okay. That's a worry. No, at level 8 and you're facing a challenge rating 1 undead. Look, you should be able to destroy it instantly. Level 11, a challenge rating 2 monster. Really? At level 11. Level 14, a challenge rating 3 monster. Level 17, a challenge rating 4 monster. Destroy undead is actually, if anything, it's really almost redundant because it almost never comes up. You tell me right now. I want you to tell me how many times in the time that you've been playing the game of 5e have you ever seen destroy undead actually come into play? So that maybe we actually need to make that a bit stronger. Because right now, it's not very good. Because the chances are you're never going to be facing those things. Let me see. Page 20. God, destroy undead just looks awful. It looks really, really bad. Even if you give it to somebody an unlimited number of times, it's still appallingly bad. And they've still got to do a saving throw. If they succeed on the saving throw, they're not destroyed. So even if you have a challenge rating a half challenge rating undead that you're facing, and you're level 5, if they succeed on their saving throw with the turn undead feature, they're not destroyed. Like, oh my gosh. I'm kind of wondering if do we want to actually just say they are just destroyed? Should there be a saving throw? That's the big question. Like, hashtag, should the destroy undead class feature require a saving throw? How's it going, Nacho Man? How are you doing? Hello, Fred. I've seen Destroy Undead come into play in 5e official modules using pre-rolled from the modules. Okay, so you've actually seen it come up. I've seen people try to use it and almost never comes into play and is successful. I've seen it used so little. But maybe, yeah. You're popping in while you're having your lunch? No problems. Okay, so maybe we keep the saving throw. Does somebody else have anything they want to weigh in on the Destroy Undead feature? Because I feel like Destroy Undead it's just, I don't know that I feel like it's good enough. Anyway. Yeah, I really don't know. I'm really not convinced that it's that great a feature. I just feel like it doesn't come up that much. Here's the difference too. Is like, if your turn undead makes the monsters run away, usually, are you really going to wind up coming across them again? I often find that my monsters, if they run away from turn undead, they never come back. Like it's a moot point. So it almost feels like it's somewhat redundant, destroy undead, because of that saving throw. Okay, all right. So I'm not removing it, but I don't like destroy undead. I really feel like it's kind of underwhelming. Destroy undead and turn undead as implied raw are overpowered because of the undead levels tossed at players are usually boosted. Okay. Destroy undead, destroy undead, destroy undead, turn undead, destroy undead, destroy undead. Okay. Alright. And then divine intervention is my next problem. Well, let's have a look. Let's have a look at some of the undead creatures, because I'm really not sold on this this destroy undead feature. It feels, I mean, it's so specific. Not only is it really specific, it's also kind of it kind of sucks, because I don't think you're really going to face that many things. How many different things are there that are likely to be covered by this? Let's have a look. Just scrolling through my book, people. My monster manual's out in front of me, and let's have a look at some of these challenge ratings for these monsters. Okay, zombies. Here we go. So a beholder zombie is challenge rating 5. So you're never going to be able to turn a beholder zombie. Okay, all right. I'll give you that. That seems reasonable. A challenge rating 2 ogre zombie, you'd have to be level 11 for that to be turned. You're really throwing challenge rating 2 at level 11 characters? It almost strikes me as kind of pointless. A zombie is challenge rating 1/4, so at least it falls into the lowest denominator, but you don't get this till level 5. Are you still really throwing zombies at people at level 5? I suppose you could, but I mean, geez, zombies are just bags of hit points, and at level 5 they're not that many hit. They're really not a threat. Like, I've thrown 400 zombies at a group of 7 players who had characters at level 6. 400, and nobody died. Okay, the fighter and the paladin stood in the middle of them and just whacked them and took them all out. They stood there for ages, and they just didn't lose enough hit points, even with all the attacks coming in, because the armor class is so high, and the attack from the zombies just not that good. It doesn't hit most of the time. Even if it does hit, it doesn't do very much damage. So I'm kind of like, 4 points of damage and you got a +3 to hit. It's just, okay. Turn should be on a concentration to maintain. See old vampire movies. There had to be concentration to preserve the holy symbol to keep the vampire at bay. I'll think about it, Fred. I'm not liking turn undead. Turn undead is now unlimited. Destroy undead, well, turn undead is fine. Destroy undead is my biggest issue. Let's get real. That's where my issue is. Okay, so let's have a look. Let's find something else. What else is there that is undead? Okay, so a bone naga is challenge rating 4. So if you're level 17, are you really going to be facing a bone naga that's challenge rating 4? I just don't think it's ever going to come up. You're never going to get that thing kicking in, because you're never going to be at a high enough level for it to sort of have an interplay. So the bone naga is one of those examples, I think, where is this really like the bone naga shouldn't be something you can turn because it's too powerful? Is that really what we're saying? Is it like the beholder? Or is it just a little bit under what the beholder should be? Like, Yeah, okay. Can I find another one? Let's see if I can find another example of an undead, and we'll see just what challenge rating. Okay, here's a wraith. A wraith is a challenge rating 5, so you can never destroy a wraith with this feature. It's never going to be destroyed. So it's not even on the cards. Even if you get to level 17 as a cleric, it won't make any difference. A willow or wisp. I'm not even going near that willow the wisp. I don't even think the willow or the wisp should be an undead monster, frankly. The white is challenge rating 3, so you'd have to be level 14 to be able to destroy it outright. Why are you still throwing a white at a level 14 character where destroy undead would actually come into play? I'm really not that convinced. Okay, next, let's have a look at another one. Vampire spawn. Challenge rating 5. You're never turning or destroying undead with a vampire spawn because it's too high a level. It's never going to destroy a vampire, and I have no problem with that. You're not going to be able to, because it's challenge rating 13. So vampires never going to be affected. No problems with that. I have no complaints. But are people kind of starting to get the point where destroy undead is actually kind of pretty shite? Let's have a look at another one. Minotaur skeleton, undead, and it is challenge rating 2. So at level 17, if you're facing a challenge rating 2 Minotaur skeleton, you could literally destroy it. But who is ever going to throw a challenge rating 2 Minotaur at you? It's just, I mean, I suppose you could say, yeah, but story-wise, yes, you could. I mean, you're not thinking about the story, Fred. But I think we're not thinking about the reality of the situation. Like, how often is it really going to come up? Next, it's such a non-ability. Skeleton is a quarter level. So at least at level 5, if you're still throwing skeletons, which is only a quarter level challenge rating with 13 hit points, and you're level 5, you can literally outright destroy it. Wonderful. But I don't think it's like a monster that you're still using. This thing, it hits for +4, and it does 5 points of damage. That's it. So I think we need to really seriously consider the possibility that destroy undead is kind of like a non-ability. Turn undead is a good ability because it makes them run away, but destroy undead is just not going to come into play that often. I actually think it's a really poorly constructed feature because it doesn't take into consideration enough things. Okay, all right, let's move on. I've been whining enough. Let's scroll on down here. Now, divine intervention may well be the second to last thing I need to contend with. I still need to give them some sort of healing ability, which I want to do. But divine intervention. Beginning, now I've shifted the level that you get it to. You used to get it a lot sooner. I believe divine intervention kicked in around, where is it? Divine intervention. Where are you? Where are you? Was it level 10? Level 10. I've moved to level 13. Divine intervention. Beginning at 13th level, you can call on your deity to intervene on your behalf when your need is great. Imploring your deity's aid requires you to use your action. I don't know why we need to use that action. You're probably not going to be doing it inside of combat anyway. Describe the assistance you seek and roll percentile dice. If you roll a number equal to or lower than your cleric level, okay. If you roll a number equal to or lower than your cleric level, your deity intervenes. So if I take percentile dice, it's not a very good chance of success. I almost feel like divine intervention is almost like a non-event. Again, let's have a look. I've never seen divine intervention work very well in the game. It's always sort of come across as being a kind of a waste of people's time. All right, let's have a look here. Okay, so I am now level 13, and I use my divine intervention. Percentile dice. I rolled a 95. So it didn't succeed. Okay. The DM chooses the nature of the intervention. The effect of any cleric spell or cleric domain spell would be appropriate. Let's just get rid of this cleric domain spell. Any cleric spell. If we're going to keep it, let's just keep it to that. Because we're not using domains. Not like that anyway. Okay. GM, the Game Master. Let's just put Game Master. The Game Master chooses the nature of the intervention, the effect of any cleric spell. Intervention. Possibly the effect of any cleric spell. Let's go here. Well, if we're leaving it to the Game Master can have any kind of intervention. Why do we need to have it be a cleric spell? That's to give guidance to the Game Master. That's what it is, isn't it? The Game Master chooses... Let's see this. Let's go. Let's have a look at... Let's break this down and think very, very carefully about what they're trying to do here and what we're trying to do. The Game Master chooses the nature of the intervention. This could be the effect of any cleric spell. But is only limited by the imagination of the Game Master. Okay, so we're really putting it into the hands of the Game Master. This is an awkward feature. I've never liked divine intervention. Intervention should be rare, so it's not getting... Yeah, no, I agree, Fred, I do. All right, I roll again. I'm level 13. I got a 10 and a 9. That's 19. Didn't work. Didn't work. Do it again. I rolled a 10 and a 4, so that's a 14. Still didn't work. I rolled a 80 and a 0, so still didn't work. 50 and a 5, still didn't work. 20 and 20 and a 5, 25, that didn't work. I got a 17, still didn't work. I got a 46, 49, still didn't work. The percentage chance that it's going to work out for me is 13% when I'm level 3. Level 13. So I'm level 13. There's a percentage chance, 13% chance that it's going to work out for me. I got a 14. Not a 13, a 14. I got a 96. Look, I'm saying to you, divine intervention is one of those features when you look at it that is great at saying, look, Game Master, if I roll this, can you bail me out of the bad situation I'm currently in? I really need your help now. And nothing like that should be super, super easy to access, even at level 13. I totally agree. If your deity intervenes, you can't use this feature again for 7 days. Okay, all right. Otherwise, you can use it again after you finish a long rest. Otherwise, you can use it again after you finish a long rest. That doesn't make any sense. If your deity intervenes, you can use this feature again. Can't use this feature again for 7 days. So it's saying you have to take a long rest to get it back, but after 7 days, you should have taken a long rest anyway, right? Surely. So why do we have to have that as well? So it's saying 7 days have to pass, and during those 7 days, you have to have taken a long rest as well. God, how many people stay awake for 7 days in a straight without dying? Like, you'd be a mess. So I got 6. I got 6%. It finally worked. Divine intervention kicked in. And now I leave it to the Game Master to decide what the divine intervention will be. It could be any of the cleric spells that are out there. that they could use to implore with the deity. Or it could be something up to their imagination. Okay, so first off, I'm going to get rid of this. I don't think there needs to be a long rest tied to it. If you're going to say 7 days is hard enough. Like, why make it any more painful than that? So let's get rid of the long rest nonsense. Because 7 days, waiting 7 days, and then you get another chance to do something that's hardly ever going to come up. Okay, so when I go to level 14, I could... Being level 14 means that there's probably a better chance because I rolled a few 14s along the way, didn't I? I almost feel like this is just a... It's like a big tease. Do people kind of agree? I feel like divine intervention is sort of saying, here's your Hail Mary, Cleric. You got a chance to call out to your deity and get success. It's your Hail Mary. But really, you're probably never going to get it that often because the chance is so low. So we've given you a feature, and this feature shows up multiple times, right? Divine intervention shows up multiple times because you can use it from level 13 to 14 to 15 to 16 to 17 to 18 to 19, level 20 if you want to. But what we've given you is something that's really nothing. We've given them something that's really good, but it's almost never going to come up. So we've really given them nothing. That's what I see with divine intervention. So here we go. And I put a question mark here because I need to do divine healing in a second. And level 7, this here, I'm tempted to put something here as well, but I'm thinking about it now. Okay, all right, where is it? Where is it? Divine intervention, level 13, right there. I still want to put a question mark beside it because I think it's awful. Do people not disagree? Do people disagree that divine intervention just seems like a nasty tease to lure somebody into thinking that they're going to get something kind of cool out of their class? Intervention should be rare. No, yeah. It says it can only succeed once every 7 days. Yeah, but basically, I see what you're saying. You can try once a day until it succeeds. Whether you succeed, you can... I see, yes, it's annoying. Yes, it is annoying. So, at least somebody agrees with me. I find it really annoying. As a game master, I find it annoying. There's nothing more frustrating than watching a player trying to roll for their divine intervention. It says it can only succeed once per day, once every 7 days. Okay, all right. So that's why it's got the long rest nonsense in there. That's why they've incorporated it, right? And why we were dealing with that as a thing. All right. So I guess I yeah. I don't know. I still don't know that I like it. There's got to be a solution to this. I'm not sure it's going to be found in the past in older versions of Dungeons and Dragons. Honestly, I'm not completely convinced that older versions of D&D will have a solution that is elegant, simple, and actually will feel like it belongs with the paladin, with the cleric, and actually be satisfying as something that you would use. Okay. All right. So divine intervention is automatically successful at level 20. That's a long wait. Okay, let's have a look here. All right, so I will put some of this stuff back because right now I am not really sure how to approach this. There's got to be a better way. You can use it again after you finish a long rest. Okay. If your deity intervenes, you can't use this feature again for 7 days. Okay, so basically, it's just trying to control the number of times you're going to get success. So you're not just trying every 5 seconds to get your divine intervention to work. Okay, action. Older versions, it was 100% D&D DM homebrew to allow intervention. Okay. Interesting. Which still runs into a bit of a problem, doesn't it? If you ask me, it runs into the problem of being one of those things where you kind of give somebody, you know, when you give somebody something, but you don't really give them something. It still runs into that problem. At 20th level, your call for intervention succeeds automatically, no roll required. Okay, but how many people are ever going to get to level 20? Okay, all right. I'm going to take another break and have a think about this. I don't think I have the solution sitting in front of me, so I know I've got to look somewhere else. I've got a couple of ideas where I could look. But right now, I feel like we've given the cleric very, very little by using this feature. And that destroy undead is also very unsatisfying. Clerics need better healing abilities to counter bard in the air. Not a healing bot. Followers, yes. Gifts, yes. Of magic item. Talking to the gods, yes. Knowledge of religion and medicine. We've done this. I'm pretty sure I made sure that was set up. Permission to set up, yes. We've got that. No prepared or no spell slots. Removing spell slots. More cantrips, 7. Pushing that up, done that. We've done this. Can't use the cleric, use any martial weapons. Yes, we've added martial weapons that they didn't have before. Okay, all right. And then I'm just looking at AD&D, and I don't see anything that sort of... I was not really expecting the cleric to sort of leave me. Like, I'm actually really close to being finished, but now I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Is there anything that will pull me out of this? Upon reaching level 9, High Priest or High Priestess, the cleric has the option of constructing a religious stronghold. We've already got this in here. Okay, so I'm not worried about that bit. Level 8, attract followers. We've got this. Got that. Divine Intervention is such a bizarre feature. Let's look at Second Ed Edition. First Ed Edition's not really solving my problem with this Divine Intervention stuff. So let's have a look at Second Ed Edition and see what that book's like. I'm not really holding out too much hope. I'm now starting to understand why Wizards of the Coast is having so much trouble with how to construct and redevelop the likes of the Cleric's Divine Intervention. So 48. What do we got here? Priest, Cleric. Spell requirements, spells allowed, weapons allowed. Not worried too much about that. 9th level. Okay, so that's really the same stuff. This is pretty much just reworded, retyped in larger text. There's nothing much else going on there. We have Astral, charm, combat spells, creation. Okay, alright, yep. Granting powers. Another aspect of specific mythos is the special powers available to a priest. Interesting. Here we go. The cleric's granted powers is the ability to turn undead. Yes, we've already got this. The ability, however, is not common to all priests. Other deities grant powers in accordance with their spheres. If your DM is using a specific mythos, he must decide what powers are granted to your priest. Some possible suggestions are given below. I see. So the granted powers in AD&D 2nd edition are probably an expansion that have been expanded into the domains. I think that's what's been going on here. So soothing words, peace, mercy, healing, war, incite berserker. All right. Charm or fascinate. Suggestion. This is love, beauty, art. Death domain. Well, it's not death domain, but death would be a power. Inspiring fear. Ethos. Okay. Titles. We've got them. There's a whole bunch of them here. And that, if anything, I can probably type in the titles. So I think what we want to do is we probably want to port over some optional things that you pick. So not all priests are going to be exactly the same, but some of them are kind of sort of have some variation. And that's really what your domain stuff is trying to do, correct? Okay. Let's just have a peeky here and see if I got my titles right, but yeah. Still doesn't solve the problem of divine intervention, if you ask me. Priest. So, what have you got here? Abbot. Do we have abbot? Priest, abbot, acolyte, bronze, domain, I've fallen, prior, yogi. Okay. That's not really helping me at all. But at least I found something there that sort of gives you an indication of what's going on. Okay, all right, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to come back. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the current Unearthed Arcana, see if they put anything in the Cleric that actually takes divine intervention in a good direction. See if there's anything that can be used as a... Because I feel like there needs to be a point somewhere along the line where a Cleric can select things that are specific for their priesthood, or for their clergy, or their religion, or their deity. That was kind of like the old domains, but not exactly the same. And I'm thinking level 7 is probably a nice empty spot where it could fit. That's where my head is at right now. And let's do this. Leave it there. Still don't like to destroy undead. Divine intervention. Level 13. Okay. There. That's that. And that's that. Okay. All right. Okay, let's see if we can come back. I'll use the toilet, and then we'll see if we can poke around and find some interesting ideas that could be included to help sort of shore up some of the aspects that I've taken away, and simplify things a little bit, but also give something that's a bit more useful, because actually I feel like this feature creates too many problems. Okay, 5 minutes or less. I'll be back. I suppose you can, yeah. Okay, let's have a look. Drink of water. Divine Intervention. God, it's a terrible feature. Anyway, what can we do to make this work a little bit better and be a bit more useful to people? Let's have a look over here. D&D Beyond. Don't like going here, but here we go. Unearthed Arcana. Play test. No, it's this one here, isn't it? I'm pretty sure this is the one here. I agree. Play test 5. Okay, let's pull this up. So what have we got here? Bard. College of Glamour. College of Law. Cleric. Alright, let's zoom in a bit. And let's have a look and see what they've tried to do here. They've given you a list of spells prepared, so you can prepare up to 22 spells. So if I look at the table that I created in terms of that, and I've graded Divine Intervention is actually at, oh, that's what they've decided the capstone is. What, really? Hi, Phil. Phil, I'm having an embolism over Divine Intervention. The Cleric's Divine Intervention in Dungeons and Dragons 5e. It reads like garbage. It feels terrible as a feature for a cleric. I mean, it's really good if it works, but it's almost like giving them something, but not really giving them something. Do you know what I mean? And I'm just wondering if maybe it's better to eliminate this thing. The tail end idea at level 20 is fine. At level 20, okay? You call on intervention, exceed automatically, no roll. At level 20, that's actually great. But it still requires Game Master intervention to sort of decide how it's going to work. But yeah, I didn't do this last week. That was the week before that. I don't think I did it last week. What was it? I was covering Mork Bork last week on a Friday. So yes, I'm in the I don't know what to do with Divine Intervention. It looks so bad. So they've given 22 spells that you could potentially cast at level 20. And what did I do? I used the progression from AD&D, and you get quite a lot more spells. So at level 20, you're going to get, what is it? Oh, it's all over the place. That's what it is. That's what's going on. It's moved because it shouldn't have moved. Okay. So if I grab this and go up again, go up again, keep going up. Okay. So they get 22, and at level 20, I've given them 7 cantrips at level 20. You get 9 first level spells, then another 9 second level spells, that's 18. Then another 9 third level spells at level 20, so that's 9, 18, 27, correct? Then you get more, so you're going to get shitload more spells that you can potentially cast with what I've put down. Okay, all right. I think now I have a better response. 5e clerics are so powerful, I can't think of anything appropriate for what would happen with Divine Intervention. That's exactly, I feel like Divine Intervention is, if you're going to give it to Divine Intervention to a cleric, I feel like just leave it at level 20. Don't give it to them at level 13, level 10, or whatever, because it just messes with things too much. I feel like they need to have something else at level 13, and it's not be divine intervention. We can tie that into a level 20 feature so that it just automatically succeeds, but it's got some limitations. It can only be done, once every 7 days. Great. Level 20 character makes perfect sense. But it's just, I'm going to say, I feel like it's a cock tease. I really do. Okay, so they got their, I'm not really too interested in what they've done with their armor training and light armor. Oh, that's something I had, I was thinking, what sort of armor training did you get as a cleric in AD&D and basic D&D? I'm pretty sure you could wear heavy armor as well. Yeah, yeah. I'd just go back to the way I ran Divine Intervention in AD&D, which was largely based on how well the PCs follow their deity, which means the players have to pick the deity. Yeah, and also it's left to the game master. I think I would much prefer to give them something that's going to be, a bit more useful at just level 20, and just leave and stop. Give them something else. Do you know what I mean? That's just where my head is at with that. It's just broken. I think if anything, it should be sitting at level 20 and only there, and we shouldn't be offering it at level 13 or level 10. I think we need to give them something else that's worthy. Do you know what I mean? Clerics are a tough one. I really are. It's like, so what sort of armor proficiencies did you get with a cleric? I thought you got, I'm sure you got all of them. I thought you could wear even heavy armor. I think the only reason they changed it is so they could differentiate it from the paladin. I really don't care. I'm quite happy to shite all over the paladin, frankly. So attacks, deities, saving throws, armor, weapons. Here we go. So the cleric has the ability to wear armor, carry, engage, and all right. I can't remember what I did with this, but let's keep going. Let's look at this Unearthed Arcana and see if they've done anything that's even remotely useful. Divine Intervention and Greater Divine Intervention have been redesigned to allow reliable results. Oh God, this was the most requested change for this feature. This is because it sucks. Improved Blessing Strike. Commune is a 9th level feature. Blessing Strike. What? So they've given them attack stuff. I suppose that's nice. It's very Wizards of the Coast. Divine Order at level 1. No, we're not using. I got rid of domains the way they've structured them, so I've got my own thing going on here. Spell casting, we don't need to worry about any of that because we don't use that spell casting system. Not with this one. Channel Divinity, forget about that. Okay, so Divine Spark is kind of interesting. As a magic action, God, why call it a magic action? You can point your holy symbol at another creature you can see within 30 feet of you and focus divine energy at them. Roll a d8 and add your wisdom modifier. You either restore hit points to the creature equal to that total or force the creature to make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes necrotic or radiant damage equal to that total. On a successful save, the creature takes half as much damage. You roll an additional 1d8 when you reach certain cleric levels. Level 7, it's 2d8. 13, it's 3d8, and 18, it's 4d8. Okay, so They've given you a healing option and a do damage thing, which I'm not really a huge fan of. Ultimately, I don't think the cleric needs to be able to do more damage. I don't think that's the issue here. Their turn undead I changed, so we're not going to worry about that. Smite undead. Oh, now are we literally deciding we're going to shite all over the paladin now? This is what this looks like. It does. It looks like I feel like there would have to be a distinction to whether there should be minor or major miracles on the game. Exactly. A major miracle would be saving someone from mortal danger or freeing them from a no, I agree. Smite undead. You can cause your turn undead feature to smite the undying. Whenever you use turn undead, you roll a d8 and equal to yours. Oh, I hate that. I hate it. It literally looks like a form of the paladin smite. That 5th level feature looks like a paladin smite. The only difference is they're getting it at level 5. Ugh. Blessed Strike. Divine power infuses you in battle. You gain one of the following options of your choice. Divine Strike. Once on each of your turns when you hit a creature with the attack. Oh god, it's more damage stuff. Okay, alright, what else have we got here? No. In the past you have reached the divine source of your power through prayer. Now you can also have brief conversations. You always have the commune spell prepared. And the commune spell, as anybody knows if they played 5e, is rubbish. It's utter rubbish. It's garbage. It's awful. Okay. From prison or a minor miracle would be the healing someone or maybe a vision, mimicking a spell. Another thought is maybe it's a cleric version of the wish spell. Yeah. But if that's the case, we might as well just make it a level 20 feature and leave it away from the mid-range. That's my feeling, is divine intervention is probably best to be left as a thing that you get at level 20. You can call on your deity or pantheon to intervene on your behalf as magic action. As part of the same action, you cast that spell without spending a spell slot or needing a material. You can then use this feature again until you finish a long rest. Okay, so that's made it significantly more powerful than it was before. I still feel like it's on the wrong track. Next, because remember, we're not using spell slots, we're not using prepared spells. You can cast spells as many times as you like with the cleric that I've put forward, as long as you don't fail the attack roll, the saving throw, or the spell casting check. So this actually is redundant, this feature, for what the cleric that I've built. Okay, so that means nothing now. Next, extra damage on your divine strike increases to 2d8. Okay, alright. Potent spell casting. When you cast a divine cantrip and deal damage to a creature with it, you can give vitality to yourself or another creature. Okay, alright, I see. Next. Not really anything we want. Greater divine intervention. You are able to call on even more powerful divine intervention. When you use this divine feature, you can choose choose wish when you select a spell. If you do so, you can use divine intervention again until you finish 2d4 long rests. Okay, alright. So they're basically given the cleric wish at level 20. And if anybody's ever used the wish spell is again one of those spells that really requires game master rulings. Like, you know, the game master, it's really got almost a lot of control over what's going to happen. So they're trying to make it look like they're giving more power back to the players rather than the game master, but Wish is not like that. Wish is a giant hodgepodge and mess. I know, because I've had to deal with it before. Okay. That doesn't help me. That doesn't help me. And we still don't have anything that's decent. That they haven't suggested anything that I thought was even remotely good for a cleric to have at around that level range. There's just not a thing that looks nice as a, here, you can have that. Okay. I think enough's enough. I'm going to do what I was going to do, and that is I'm going to move that divine intervention, because it's not great. Destroy Undead's not great either, but the cleric is one of those things. I almost feel like it's a okay. Ability for a low level cleric can be used once per level, and they could get closer to a wish spell at level 17. I think that's the wrong approach. Honestly, I think it's the wrong approach. I think they need to have something else that's very cleric-y, but I don't know that that's doing it. Okay. So I need to rewrite this. Okay. So on behalf, if you need it, it's great. Okay, so at 20th level, you can call on your deity to intervene on your behalf when your need is great. Let's move this. Traditionally, Wish is run like the Twilight episode, where every wish turns bad. Exactly. That's my point. I'm off to bed. No problems. Negative space. Hey, thank you for hanging out. All right, let's see if we can't do something a little bit better with this. Let's go cut that. Paste this. Employing your deity's aid requires you to use your action. Describe the assistance you seek and roll the percentile. No. You know, there's no dice rolling. Get rid of the dice rolling completely. I don't want the dice rolling there. Let's just forget about it. If we're going to give it to them, give it to them. Divine Favor. Wherever you get a skill, feat, magic item, ally that scales across levels. Well, okay. Divine Favor. Is that something you just thought up right now, Phil? Divine Favor. Is that an idea that just popped into your mind now? I'm curious. Okay, so let's do this. Divine Favor. Favor. Yeah, just made it up. Could capstone with Wish. I'm going to take Divine Intervention and I'm going to chuck that as a capstone. If anything, I'm going to fold it into the thing that I built there. And if anything, I almost feel like, yeah. Okay, chooses the nature of the intervention. This could be the effect of a cleric spell, but is only limited by the imagination of the game master. If your deity intervenes, you can't use this feature again for 7 days. Otherwise, you can use it 7 days. So every 7 days, we don't need this feature here. That little bit there doesn't mean anything now. And I'm going to go cut at level 13. And you've got here skill, feat, magic item. I'm really not too sure what to do with that. But we'll deal with that in a second. Let's just put this down the end here, down the bottom. Part of this, part of this. So we've really already got miracle here. A cleric can request a miracle from a god, but we've given it, it's not every 7 days, it's once a level. So almost divine intervention is kind of like redundant now, because I've done that at the capstone end point anyway. Well, if we look at it, no roll. Okay, so master chooses the nature of the intervention to this. It could be the effect of any cleric spell, but it's only limited by the imagination of the game master. Piety from 5e's DM optimizing rules, like Theros. Oh, yeah. Scaling benefit would be customized for each god, like a semi. That's actually not a bad idea. Piety from the 5e DM optional rules, like in Theros. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. I get that. So divine intervention, I'm just going to get rid of it. I think it's just a problem. I've given them basically a miracle once at their level 20, and then if they go any higher than level 20, they get something else. But maybe we can actually combine this a little bit. Maybe it's not going to be that. Let's go. This feature can only be used once every 7 days. Let's go there. And then we don't need this other thing here. We get rid of that. It's a level 20 feature. And, okay. This little bit here, I'm going to take that bit there. Cut. And we'll put that here and paste. And I will get rid of this. And we'll ditch that completely. And then you said Dungeon Master Guide, and yeah, let's have a look at the Dungeon Master Guide. Maybe that is a better way of looking at this, because right now I'm not very happy with how that all turned out. It's just Divine Favor. Don't even know if I want to call it Divine Favor, actually, now that I think about it. Let's have a look. Yes. And yes. Okay. All right, Phil, let's have a look. What's it under? Divine Favor, Scaling, Customization. Where is this? poison, madness, no, 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 no. Options, recurring expenses, no. Downtime activities, no. Magic, no. Uh, 263 maybe. 263. I'm not really sure. I'm looking in the Dungeon Master Guide for this, so yeah, bear with me, people, while I get find my bearings in terms of what we would use that might be useful. At piety, where is it? Piety. P. O-P, piety. Aha, 26. 26, page 26. What does piety say? Schools of Magic. 23. Yeah, piety. Here we go. Alright, with a few alterations, the renown system can also serve as a measure of a character's link to the gods. It's a great option for campaigns where the gods take active roles in the world. Okay, use this approach. You track renown based on specific deity figures in the campaign. Each character has the option to select a patron deity or pantheon with goals, doctrines, and taboos. Oh, this is complicated. That you have created. Any renown he or she earns is called piety. A character gains piety for honouring his or her god, fulfilling their commands and respects their taboos. A character loses piety for working against the god, dishonouring them and defiling their temples and foiling their aims. I know my group would love something like this. We just got to figure out how to make it work. The gods bestow favours on those who prove their devotion. With each rank of piety, a character can pray for divine favour once per day. This favour usually comes in the form of a cleric spell like Bless. The favour often comes with a sign of the deity's benefactor. For example, a character dedicated to Thor might receive a spell accompanied by the boom of thunder. A high-level piety can also lead a character to gain more persistent benefit in the form of a bless or charm. Oh, okay. I'm starting to understand where you're going with this. I'm starting to see where you're going with this. The trick is, how do we formulate it? Correct? Okay. All right. Now we're talking. Okay. All right. Now, do I want it to be at level 13? I think we made it level 13 because Divine Intervention was just so good. Divine Favour is probably not as good. I'm inclined to think Divine Intervention right there. Yeah, let's make it level 13. So it's got to be something suitably useful at level 13. That's a hard one. Okay. But it's Divine Favour. Divine Favour, level 13. So how is that going to look? They'll do Divine Healing later. Divine Favour, okay. So let's say beginning at level 13, at 13th, 13th level. The Cleric's god or deity. Let's just put deity. Deity bestows favors on their cleric who is devoted to their cause. Scaling perk system, leveling 120 would achieve. Yeah, I don't think I've accessed that book, but I get what you're saying. I'm actually looking at a couple of books in front of me right now and thinking, how can I make this work? Deity bestows favors on a cleric who is devoted to their cause, to their faith. When a cleric completes, I know my players are going to want this, completes a task set by their god, they receive a permanent blessing. I think that's where I want to go with that. And now, next book that's in front of me. Where is it? I believe it is index. Cool. I forgot I've got index in here. Piety. Yes, 36. Mythic Odysseys of Theros, 36. Okay, piety. Impious, pious. Favors. Circumstance. Ideals, favors. Remember, die brings you into the world. Circumstance. Okay, here we go. There we go. This is what I'm after. So here's an example of some of these things that we could use. Speak with dead, false life, increase wisdom, increase intelligence, repose, gentle repose. Okay, so those are fairly minimal in terms of what's going on. We want to give them something additional. Okay, so basically each thing is really either trying to affect the way they have advantage on a skill check, they have an extra spell that they have access to, comprehend languages, Wodenkind private sanctum. Okay. Alright, so that's that one. I don't really like that. It's not really doing that much. I don't want to just give them another spell. We're giving them so many spells as it is. I don't think... This is the problem, is we wind up like, new feature, get another spell. Like, you already got it. You're already getting spells. Give us something that isn't a spell. I guess that's where my head is going with. So, yes. A persistent blessing of some kind, or permanent blessing of some kind, is a nice idea. It's just how it would look. Alright, so I'll come back to you. It's the book. And then we'll go over here, and I'm top of the hour, and I'm running out of time. So let's open up to 3.5. Does 3.5 have anything very different on the Cleric? 30. Okay, here we go. Alignment, proficiencies, weapon and armor, light, medium, and heavy. So in 3.5, clerics had proficiency in heavy armor, and yet they lose it now. I just want to make sure I've not done that here. If I made sure to give them heavy armor proficiency. All armor. Yes, I did. Okay, thank God for that. All right, I don't want to screw that one up. I thought I would at least have figured that one out. Okay, divine there. So this is where we were looking at here. What do you get? Bonus actions, chaotic evil, rebuke, turn undead, rebuke, chaotic evil, good, lawful spells, spontaneous casting. It actually doesn't really do that much. There's not an awful lot going on, is there? 3.5 didn't really do a lot. I would say very little. Very little. So kind of useless to me. Let's try 4E. You never know. Maybe the answer lies in 4E. Wouldn't that be funny? Cleric. 60. 60. Okay, ritual casting. Healing word. For those of you who are wondering about healing word comes from 4E, if you're curious. So this is turn undead, divine favor, fortune, +1 on attack and saving throws, which is basically like bless, really. But just a smaller number. It's not a D4. These are powers, implements, spiritual weapon. Okay, what else? Sparring strike, righteousness. No, I'm not liking any of that either. Oh, Paragon. What did Paragon do? Did it do anything useful? Proficiency of 1 heavy blood of your choice. No, it's not what I'm looking for. Battle cry, war priest. Not happy with that either. Okay, so I've looked through that. None of that has given me a solution to what I want to do here that I feel is satisfactory. What else can I pull off my library bookshelf that might be useful? What about Pathfinder? What did Pathfinder do with the Cleric? Did they do anything at high level that really made it different? Let's have a look. Third level Cleric. Fourth level Cleric. Here we go. This is what I want. Let's have a look at this thing. Okay. Alright, Cleric. Pathfinder, do you do it better? Show me the money. Show me what you've got. Classes. So, Cleric is 116. 116, so it's not that far in. And 116. Okay, 17. There we go. So, no, nothing here. That's spellcasting, divine font, doctrine, cloister cleric, deities. Okay. Nothing. That's just about skills. I'm not really wanting to do that. Divine font. Through your deity's blessing, you gain additional spells that you channel. Okay. Healing and harm. Adding healing or harm spells, depending on the divine. Alright, okay, so. You gain additional spell slots each day at your highest level of cleric spell slots. You gain. Alright. That's not really great. I don't think that's... It's just spell slots. I don't want to do... I'm not doing spell slots. Okay, here we go. So here's our difference. So what have they got here? Miraculous spell. So this is at level 19 for Pathfinder. What has Pathfinder done here? You're exalted by your deity and gain truly incredible spells. You gain a single 10th level spell slot and can prepare a spell, really, 10th level, in that slot using divine spellcasting. You can't use the spell slot for abilities that let you cast spells without expending a spell slot. Blah, 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 blah. Can take the Maker of Miracles feat to gain a second slot. So basically, Miraculous Spell is really looking at miracles. We've already got that at level 20, and they've got it at level 19. So no good. Weapon specialization. You've learned how to inflict greater injuries with your weapons. You deal 2 additional damage with weapons and unarmed attacks in which you are an expert. This damage increases to 3 if you're a master, and to 4 if you are legendary. Interesting. Okay, all right. But not what I was looking for at level 13 anyway. Okay, so this is level 13 again. Divine defense. Your training and deity protect you from harm. Your proficiency rank in unarmed defense increases to expert. No. Okay, so okay, so beginning at 13th level, the cleric's deity bestows a favor on their cleric who is devoted to their faith. When a cleric completes a task set by their god, they receive a permanent blessing. This holy quest that a deity gives the cleric is determined by the game master. Okay, so, but what do we want to give them? That's the thing. The player, the character receives. No problem, Phil. Hey, thank you for hanging out. Can I just say, Phil, the cleric is definitely very, very hard to design for. I did not realize just how difficult it was. It's really difficult. It's really, really hard. The cleric receives one of the following benefits. Okay, now divine favor, and I am inclined to lean in the other direction. So let's lean in the other direction a little bit. The character receives one of the following benefits that is selected by the player. Yes, I'm still just watching a movie. You go watch your movie and have your shower, no problem. So let's give the player. So plus one to attack rolls, Okay. The character receives one of the following benefits that are selected by the player. Attack rolls, saving throws. What's the other one? Let's give them a hard number that they can just get at level 13. Saving throws. What's another one? Ability checks. A specific skill check. Skill or ability. Okay. Check. Okay, so you get to choose +1 to an attack roll, saving throw, skill check, or ability check. I'm really not sold on that as Divine Favor as being that great at level 13. It's actually very, very minor in terms of its because you're dealing with level 13 and you're a cleric. It's a big, huge question mark as far as I'm concerned. Okay, so now that I've determined that, I want to, pardon me, I want to sort out a bit more, if I can. Where are we? Nope, nope, nope. Rogue, Paladin. Okay. Divine Healing. And we were going to give that to them at level 1. And the Paladin gets Lay on Hands at level 1. And Lay on Hands, they get a pool of 5 of these points that they can spend. And Lay on Hands is like, it's really, really good. Not only that, they can do a whole bunch of things that a cleric can't do. So, okay. Let's do this. Once, okay, so starting at level 1. Okay, starting at level 1. First level. Starting at first level, you can remove a specific, okay, so you can remove 1. Now, disease. I know what you're thinking, people. But if you can remove disease as a cleric at first level and as a paladin and a cleric can't, I think the paladin's too strong. So 1 disease, poison effect, Poison effect. So let's see. What's the other things that we have here? Let's just grab that. Poison and then other conditions. Lesser restoration. So I try not to mess around with lesser restoration too much, but I don't want to make it as good as lesser restoration. Greater restoration. One effect, charm, petrified, curse, curses, no. Okay, lesser. Alpha lesser, that's greater. And then we got lesser. Where are we? Lesser restoration. You touch a creature and can end one disease or one other condition afflicting it. This condition can be blind, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned. Okay. So I don't want to go too hard and wind up covering too many things at first level as a healing thing. But I don't want the paladin to wind up being better at it than a cleric, because that's just stupid. So how do I make that work? Okay. Conditions, where are they? Player's handbook. Okay, here we go. Unconscious, no. Stunned? No. Restrained, no. Prone, no. Poisoned, yes. Disease, yes. Petrified, no, because if you can get rid of petrification at first level, it's too much. Paralyzed, no. Charmed, no. Blind, maybe not. Okay, so what am I going to add in here? There's got to be something that's comparable that sort of works. So, I mean, look, one disease or poison effect is really the paladin at first level, but I want it to be better than the paladin in some way. Without it getting out of control, because that's the next thing that'll be the problem. Okay. Starting at first level, you can remove one disease or poison effect. Let's do that. And they can use that as an action. Alright, so okay, so now I got to figure out how this works. Paladin level 5. You need 5 points to be able to do something like this, like a disease or a poison. So that means at level 2 times 5, you can do 2. I almost feel like the paladin's ability to do something like that is just so good in 5e. It's kind of ridiculous. And it's a first level effect too. This is the problem when you build things this way. It's like, how do you unstrangle the game? Okay, let's have a look here. And Paladin, where are you? Ranger. monk, fighter, monk, paladin. Paladin. Backgrounds, adventures, no. Courage, turn, spells, lay on hands. Each day you can heal a number of healing points equal to your paladin times bonus. For example, okay. Lay on hands, standard action. So use a healing post to deal damage to that's dealing damage. Okay, so this is no. None of it looks good. I'm actually a little on the stuck side. Okay, again stuck. Man, I knew this is. I didn't think this was going to be so hard. Okay, let's have a look here. So that didn't work, but maybe if I look at this. 22. Because removing diseases and poison doesn't come up a lot. Removing disease, but removing a poison effect is not quite so bad. But a disease, okay. So here we go. No. Okay, so what do? Benefits of a paladin. Saving throws, immunity to all forms of disease. Benefits of a paladin. Strength, wisdom. Third level gains the effect of undead. No. Fourth level theatre. No. Holy sword. That's right. They get a holy sword, don't they? I forgot about that. Experience gain ability to cast level spells. No. So they never actually had that before. So where it is lay on hands is a first ed edition AD&D paladin. Is this something that came later? Is that what's going on here? Ability to lay on hands either on others or on his or herself, person to cure wounds. Heals 2 hit points of damage per level experience paladin has attained, but lay on hands can be performed only once per day. The ability to cure disease of any sort, this can be done once per week for each 5 levels of experience the paladin has. So they just gave you way too much. At levels 1 through to 5, 1 disease per week. Level 6, okay. So that's where the problem lies. Okay. All right. Now I'm starting to understand. So they just gave the cleric the paladin too much power, and it wound up being a problem. So let's not use, because remove disease is still a spell, and if I diminish the sheer power of the paladin when I get to the paladin, that'll help. Jeez, what a mess to have to contend with. Remove curse. Okay, so there's no, so less. It must be lesser restoration. Is that does a disease, right? Lesser restoration. That would be the lowest level spell you could have, I'd imagine, to be able to get rid of a disease. Lesser. Where are you, Lesser? Lesser. Lesser restoration. It's a 2nd level spell. Disease or 1 condition afflicting it. Can be blind, deafened, or poisoned. Okay. Poison comes up a lot, but disease is a second level spell, and our cleric will be getting access to a second level spell roughly about when? So level 2, at level 3. And then in this one, let's just make sure I get this in here so I can find it again. Level 2 is level 3, so level 3 we're going to get a 1. I made it 2, it's now 1. Level 3. We don't really want them to have too much going on here, because we still want them to have, and they should have access to Lesser Restoration as a spell for a cleric. And the poison condition comes up a lot. So being poisoned is quite common. And then Lesser Restoration. So let's do this. Starting at first level, you can remove one disease, one poison. You can remove one poison condition per day. Okay. So now we need to make sure we can increase that over time, without getting kind of too silly about the whole process, since otherwise it will get silly. 22 and okay, so poison condition. So where are we? Let's allow hands. That's healing. The ability to cure disease of any sort can be done once per week. For each 5 levels of experience the bird has attained. So at levels 1, 5, 1 disease per week. Okay, so okay, for those of you who are still here, I'm sorry, I am a little on the stuck side. I'm trying to figure out how to contend with the Paladin's mighty lay on hands in 5e, and it's a bit of a pain in the ass, I have to say, because it's so good. It's just so strong. So here we go. So we do this at level at third level, you can remove one disease from a creature now, since Lesser Restoration is available at level 3, it is a spell, so I'm not really causing too many problems with that. The question is how often do I want to give it to them? At third level, you can remove one disease from a creature per day. Let's go per day. That's better than a cleric. So that's better than a paladin removing diseases. So we're going to give the cleric something a little bit stronger than that. Quite deliberate on my part, so we're doing that. Okay. So we also probably need to have a progression on it as well, which I haven't figured out. What is the other thing that I wanted to do here? That's right. We were going to do something else with this. Divine energy can be transferred to a creature to heal them 1 hit point now. I need to make sure, so whatever I do with this, what I'm trying to do is describe it in such a way that the cleric can transfer 1 hit point to any creature, but they can only do 1 hit point to one creature per day. That's it. Can be transferred to heal them 1 hit point per day. Okay, so I just need to make sure it's structured right. Otherwise, it's going to look like you can just going 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and you're not able to do that. Divine energy can be transferred to a creature to heal them 1 hit point per day. That's it. So if you were on 0 hit points, you could bring them up. This healing can only be performed on the same creature. Okay, it can be transferred to a creature to heal them. Of a fatal, major or minor injury. This healing can only be performed on the same creature once per day to give them 1 hit point. Does that make sense? If those people who are able to comment and understand what I've just written, this healing can only be so here we go. Starting at first level, you can remove 1 poison effect per day. Divine energy can also be transferred to a creature to heal them of a major or minor injury. This healing can only be performed on the same creature once per day to give them 1 hit point. So the idea is that if there are 5 members in your party, you can do it to yourself and give yourself 1 hit point. You could give it to the fighter and give them 1 hit point. If they're down, you could do this once for them. That's it. You can't do it any more than that. You could do it for the wizard once, 1 hit point. You could do it to the rogue, to the ranger, 1 hit point, but no more in any particular day. Which means that it kind of looks just as good as the paladin's lay on hands at first level for the party. But the benefit is that if you have a large party, so you have more than, say, 6 player characters, the cleric's actually probably going to outperform the paladin. They're going to do a little bit better. So it's still not as strong, but it still keeps them on par. They still get rid of one of those poison effects, not disease, because we don't want to do that. Poison's not so bad. Poison we can deal with. Yep. At 3rd level, they can remove 1 disease from a creature per day. There needs to be an increment on this feature, and so that it has a stronger effect later on. And I don't know how that should be structured. I'm still unsure. But I think that's a good way. I don't think rolling a dice is a solution. I think it's 1, 1, 1, 1 down the middle. Like, I think that's the best way to approach it ultimately. So I think that's what I'll do. But if anybody's got any suggestions on how to deal with the sort of the increased power it might require to be able to keep up with some of the things the paladin does, since it can do a lot of healing. It can do a lot of healing, and I want them to have something that is sort of able to keep up with a lot of that, because they don't really have that right now. I mean, the benefit is like a cleric can do something as radical as bring somebody back from the dead, which a paladin can't do. But yeah, okay. So let's do that for now. And I agree that there needs to be some sort of incremental process going on here, but I don't know how it should be structured at this point in time. This is probably the hardest one I've ever had to do so far. Out of the 3 that I've done, the cleric is definitely the hardest. Okay, all right. So let's go down here. Okay, 1st level, 3rd level. Turn undead, clergy, and then we had level 7. Level 7. I wanted to do something there, and I'm just not too sure what it should be. But it needs to be something reasonably cool, right? Holding an object. Let's go back to this, because was it here or was it the other book? No, it was the 2nd edition book. That's what I wanted. Okay, all right, 2nd edition, AD&D 2nd edition. Here we go. Cleric, because there was a section that talked about the cleric and different sort of, really what it essentially looks like the domains that they've built. 48. Okay, and then we have that there, which I'm going to just shift so that's not in the way. And so we need to have something at about level 7. Destroy. Followers are level 6. Right here. Divine Domain. I think that's what we're going to call it. We'll put that there. Bold, underline. And we want to have, okay, so pardon me. So I've got to be careful that if I use divine domain, it's not the same as the 5e one. It's going to kind of have to work a little different, isn't it? Clergy domain. Let's do that. That's better. Okay. All deities have a different impact. Is it impact? Have a different special power they can allow clerics. Okay, so all deities have a different special power they can allow clerics to be granted. So at level at something level 7th level. At 7th level, okay. At 7th level, you are granted a divine power okay. It says that you are granted a divine power from the deity you worship. Okay. All deities have a different special power they can allow clerics to be granted. You are okay. It's something that you can select divine power from the deity you worship. All deities have a different special power they can allow clerics to be granted. Next, only clerics that have a deity may select one of these features listed below. Okay, I think that's what I wanted to do. So we want to have a selection of things that you can pick from. And I think, okay. All right, so that's that. And then I just need to have a couple of things in here. So level 7, level 7, level 7. Level 7. Here. Clergy domain. Okay, let's do this. And we'll do some bullet points to list them off. Sweet. So, a +1. A +1 to, I think that's right. Where are we? Yep, a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls if the if damage rolls if your deity's domain is war. Okay, all right, that's the first one. All right, we get in there, and this is going to probably move a little bit faster now. Thank God for that. Okay. So next, remove fear so remove fear from I think that's what I wanted. Remove fear. 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 I've got auras. Feet. Okay. So remove fear from a creature. Fear effects from a creature. If your god God's domain is peace, mercy, or healing. Let's do that. And I wonder if we got in the back of this, that might help a little bit too, because we've got deities and the different things that they're symbolized by, so that might help me sort of structure it a little bit. So fear, knowledge, no. War, no. Nature, no. Trickery, no. Knowledge, life, light, no. Death, ward, knowledge, trickery, war, knowledge, trickery, war, a lot of war, knowledge. Okay, alright. So we've got that one. Remove fear effects from a creature if your god's domain is peace, mercy, or healing. And next one. Almost there. Remove enchantment, spells, enchantment, or charm. Effects from a creature if your deity's domain is love, beauty, art. Do we have anything else that we can put in here? Where are we? Nope. We've got life here as well. Okay. Knowledge, nature. Knowledge, nature, okay. Okay, alright, cool. That's that one, and then or beauty, okay. Or art, next. A level 7 feature. Next. Okay. Okay, so inspire. You can where is this? Fear. Cause fear. Hi Cyril, how you doing? Well, I'm trying to figure out how to sort out this cleric. It's been a bit of a pain. I might just call it cleric domain actually, just to make it easier for me to sort of grasp, I guess. Cleric domain. I've discovered that the cleric's definitely one of the harder ones to actually build or rebuild out of all of them. It's definitely been a chore to actually do. It hasn't been quite as much fun as some of the other things that I've come across. No, let's try this. There's a spell called Fear. I'm sure there is. It's a 3rd level spell. 3rd level spell, and 3rd level spells are, you don't get to level 5, and we're doing this at level 7, and we're going to give them a full-blown aura. Okay. You give off an aura of fear within a radius of, now I just got to figure out what the radius is going to be, and I see. I was brought up in church, so the grade clerics are my second nature, are they? So yeah, I was trying to distill down what at its fundamental, when we're dealing with a warrior who's a cleric, what are the sort of things you want them to be able to do, and so I've been trying to figure that out here today. It's not been great. I've been doing my best, but I feel probably more uncomfortable doing this one than all of the other. The fighter and the monk was easy in comparison to this. Is it going to be 15 feet? Is it going to be 30 feet? What is too much? What is too much to give them? Any creature within radius of, so let's do that. Interesting. I also know at least 4 martial arts forms. Oh, that's good to know. Let's figure out what the radius is going to be, because I'm not sure what I should make the radius into, and I don't want to make it too big, because it'll become too strong. And I don't want it to be too small. At level 7, it still needs to be sort of suitably useful. I'm going to make it 15 feet. Of 15 feet. You give off an aura of fear within 15 feet, within a radius of 15 feet. Forcing any creature you can see to be frightened. That's it. No saving throw. your deity's domain must be death to select this option. Okay, that's that one. Just from the screen I can see I'd change +2 to attack and change change the +1. Okay, what's this? I'm just having trouble seeing it. I'd change +2 attack and change the +1 damage to increase in subdial grappling, also based off seeing chanting. Yeah, I'm really not entirely sure that I want to have an incremental increase on this benefit. Do you know what I mean? +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls from your deity is pretty strong. I don't want it to sort of overshadow and say, okay, the only thing that we're ever going to take is, because +2 is a lot. Remember, we're dealing with bound accuracy, and although bound accuracy doesn't work, I don't want it to be I'm always going to pick a deity that has the war domain, so that I can get a +2 to attack and damage. That's why I've made it a +1. Yeah, so I feel like this part out of everything is, your deity's domain must be death to select this option. Yeah, no, that's all right. 4 hours later is cool. I get it's all good. I am just tired now and trying to figure out what to do with this. I think what I will do is I will say, okay, I've started that process. I've put in a couple of things. I feel like there should be one. I need to have one for some of the other domains, such as the life domain and what do you call it? Life domain and the knowledge domain. I just haven't figured out what that would look like. Life domain, question mark, nature domain, question mark, and knowledge. Question mark. So yeah, I'm still a little unsure what to do with all of that. But yeah, people were kind of talking about like different domains. Can we have something that's sort of related to that? And this has been my sort of attempt. Really, it's porting almost exactly the same as AD&D Second Ed Edition, but it's not quite there. All right, let's have a look here. Let's have a look at this this lot. So I'm going to drop this down here. That's fine. We'll separate this. Turn undead, divine healing. Kind of a little bit on the rough side, that one. It's that one. That's fine. There. Spell failure. Yeah, that's that. Okay. And then we have our tables, and then we have that. We have put all the things in that we wanted to put in there. It's not worked out quite the way I'd hoped. It's mostly finished, but I think out of all of them, it's probably going to require a lot more feedback from my player group to make sure it sort of works. Because we've had this, yeah. Every time I do something like this, I'm always aware that we're not done. I've never had to build classes before, so it's actually quite a task, I have to say. There's a lot of things here that I'm like happy with. I'm like, yep, that's the way I want to run it. That's good. Divine Favor, I'm still not too sure about. The Divine Favor at level 13 is just, it's not that great. And I'm just not too sure how it should look. And AD&D just found, what's that? Oh, actually, I meant, don't know why I said +2 attack. I totally meant to say to initiative, like 7th level, I can really, continue with that. Oh, I see. I get it. Okay. I found stuff from university. Was playing. All right. Okay. Okay. So saving throw, ability check. Really don't know about that one. It just doesn't seem like a 13th level feature. It feels really, and I don't want to make it a combat feature. But right now it doesn't. It really doesn't feel very good. The character receives one of the following benefits. Yeah, I'm going to have to talk to somebody else. Like luck, I suppose you could. Anyway, there's got to be a point. Have I done so better healing? So I've given better healing. Wanted a return to class title, so I started doing that. I did the martial weapons thing. So I've done this. They didn't actually ask for very much. I've mostly done that. I've only partly finished that. I've done that. Remove spell slots, prepared spells, and okay. So this I've done that. That's done. For deities, we haven't got signature weapons for deities. I don't know how that would work. Okay, all right. Rerolls. I don't like. I really dislike rerolls as a dice mechanic in a class. It's kind of like, it's what's the word? Using a dice roll mechanic where you get advantage or disadvantage in a class. It's kind of like what's the best way to communicate this? It's the budget version of getting chocolate biscuits. It's the budget version of a class feature. It's the budget version. It's not a very good one. Do you know what I mean? Okay, you get to re-roll, or it's very easy to do as a designer. You can do that, and like, okay, all right, they now have this re-roll, but re-rolls they're not very good. I always find that it's better not to have a re-roll. I know people like rolling dice, but as a class feature, it's like a really lazy design thing to do, because you could just do that with everything. For this ability gives you a reroll on this skill, and this ability gives you a reroll on this type of skill, and it just winds up being a whole lot of rerolls. And I've played games where it's really, Star Wars Saga was just a reroll for this, a reroll for that, a reroll for that, a reroll for that thing, and a reroll for that. And I mean, there was rerolls everywhere. So I don't want to go down the reroll route if I can. Trying very hard not to do that if I can. Anyway, I think I am spent. I can't deal with any more. I need to go and take a break and get on with my day, because I'm mush. Should have expected it. Will I put what I've put together so far up onto Patreon? Yes, I will, but I think people need to understand that the first draft is incomplete, because I don't think that I have quite got what needs to be there, and I don't know when I'm going to have a chance to get my players to check it out. Originally wasn't advantage due to inspiration. Then they changed +1, +5 to advantage, totally trying to take the out the the physics of yeah. Anyway, I've got to get going. I want to thank my patrons who support me on Patreon so I can keep doing this and developing this. I want to thank you for watching and taking part in the poll today, and look, whether you're just watching and listening, it's all good as far as I'm concerned. If you were in the chat and communicating with me, I really do appreciate it. As it happens, our poll says that divine channeling. Yes, people think divine channeling should stay. I don't personally think divine channeling is a very good feature. I'm looking for doing something else rather than, because I don't want divine channeling to be a limited resource, frankly. I don't want to have too many limited resources if we can help it. Undecided 20%, just watching 12%, no 8%. Interesting, 24 votes. All right, so I guess it's we've got a bit of work ahead of ourselves if I'm going to convince people this is a good way to go. In any case, wherever you are in the world, whether it be the morning, the afternoon, the night, or the wee early morning, please look after yourself, your family, and your friends. Be nice to your neighbours, and hey, till next time, keep rolling those 20s.